Maybe I don't know.
Thank you very much for that powerful cultural presentation here. Thank you very much. Well anticipated. This is really a cultural troupe here in the Upper West region that our guests, our traditional rulers, and our various stakeholders have enjoyed this morning. Once again, don't forget that it is time for us to officially begin the program, which is the public hearing in respect of the 2025 to 2030 multi-year tariff review by the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC. Without wasting so much time, I want us to put all this important program in the hands of the Almighty God, the Almighty Allah, the Creator of the heavens and earth. What antanga tenaboranka today to yalenyoronga ade aeng ndana na muni noheng cheka tibantuang angere nimitoro. At this juncture, I want to invite the representative of the Upper West Regional Chief Imam, Alhaji Said Abdul Momin, to come and give us an opening prayer. Thank you very much.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد كما صليت وباركت ورحمت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعد تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل فينا ولا معنا وطرودا ولا محروما برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين يا رب العالمين اللهم ربنا لا تدع لنا في مكامنا هذا ذنبا الا غفرته ولا هما الا فرجته ولا دين الا كديته ولا مريضا الا شفيته ولا ميتا الا رحمته ولا ضالا الا هديته ولا فقيرا الا مغنيته ولا حاجة من هوائجنا الاخره الا كديتها يا ارحم الراحمين يا رب العالمين اللهم ربنا اتنا في الدنيا حسنه وفي الاخره حسنه وقنا عذاب النار اللهم ربنا اتنا في الدنيا حسنه وفي الاخره حسنه وقنا عذاب النار اللهم ربنا اتنا في الدنيا حسنه وفي الاخره حسنه والنار ودنا جت من الابرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين. يا رب لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك والعظيم سلطانك. يا رب لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك والعظيم سلطانك. يا رب لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك والعظيم سلطانك. يا رب ختم لنا بالخير والسعاده والرحمه الدين والقران والعلم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين اياك نعبد واياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين انعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين امين. من اديكو دي من توتي يارا بسم الله.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Upper West Regional Chief Imam, Alhaji Said Abdul Momin, for that wonderful prayer. At this juncture, I want to introduce to us our guests and our traditional rulers that are gathered here this morning for the public hearing in the multi-year major tariff order from 2025 to 2030. We have in our presence this morning Dr. Robert Aziz. He is the Deputy Director, Corporate Affairs for the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, Dr. Robert. We also have in our presence Dr. Eric Kofi Obute, the Director, Research, Corporate Affairs for the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC. We also have in our presence Alhaji Jabaru Abukari, Director, Regional Operations and Consumer Services for the PURC. Let's put our hands together for him. He's just at our back. Thank you very much. We also have in our presence Engineer Emmanuel Fiati. He is the Director, Water Services and Performance Monitoring for the PURC. Thank you very much, Engineer Emmanuel, for coming. We also have in our presence Madam Caroline Kurugu, the External Member, Stakeholder and Communication. Let's put our hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Caroline, for coming. We also have in our presence Mr. Alex Bonnie, who is the External Member, Stakeholder and Communication. Let's put our hands together for him. We also have in our presence Ademu Abukari, External Member, Stakeholder and Communication. Thank you very much for coming. We also have in our presence some of the board members of the PURC. We also have Professor Ebenezer Buri Anafo, the Commissioner, Chairman, Technical Committee, PURC. Thank you very much, Prof. Ebenezer, for coming. We also have in our presence Mr. James, the Emeritus Commissioner, PURC. Thank you very much, Mr. James. We also have in our presence Dr. Hawau Salifu, Commissioner, PURC. We also have in our presence a woman of substance, a woman who has worked so much for the development of the PURC and Ghana as a whole. She is currently a senior presidential staffer, a commissioner, and a chairperson, Stakeholder and Communication Committee. Let's all put our hands together for Honorable Nana Ya Jantwa. Thank you very much. You are welcome to the Upper West Region. Honorable Nana Ya Jantwa. To have in our presence Honorable Moses Astaga, who is a former Member of Parliament for Nabdam from 1997 to 2012, a Deputy Finance Minister, and he also chaired the PURC Technical Committee and was later appointed the Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority from 2013 to 2017. He is currently appointed as the Board Chairman of the PURC. Let's put our hands together for Honorable Moses Asaga. Thank you very much, Honorable. and welcome to the Upper West region. At this juncture, I also want to introduce some of our traditional rulers who are also gathered here for all this important program. We have in our presence this morning the representative of the overlord of the Wala Traditional Council in the person of Betorina Na Ali Pelpu. Thank you very much, respected Na Ali Awudu Pelpu. He was accompanied by the Pipong Na. We also have the Wali Na. We have the Pagalahen Na, Oriyogun Na. We have the Kilanjon Na, the Sampana, Tabias Pogna, Dago Pogna, and Sunchi Pogna, all from the Wala Traditional Council. We also have in our presence Kwuru Osman Dewia Nampa III. He is the paramount chief of the Poloma Traditional Area. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we will now want to continue with the program as at when we will introduce our guests with us this morning for all this important program. At this juncture, I want to call on the chairperson. They want to pay some tribute to our paramount chiefs and divisional chiefs and queen mothers. They want to say hi and greet them good morning before we kickstart the program. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson for the Stakeholder and Communication Committee, including the board chairman of the PURC and all our guests. Moving to say good morning to our revered and respected chiefs present in our midst. Please, those seated at the back, kindly move forward and occupy the empty seats for us. Please, those seated at the back, my respected fathers and brothers, please kindly move forward for us before we start the program. Don't forget that we are on the social media handle of PURC Ghana, streaming live this from the Upper West region. So if you go to the Facebook wall, you just type PURC Ghana. You find us live there this morning here in the Upper West region. That is the Hall 3 of the University of Business and Integrated Development Studies. Thank you. Please, those at the back, kindly move forward for us to start the program. Thank you. Thank you very much. As we continue with the program, as I indicated, I'll let you know all our guests that are right seated here for this all important program. Don't forget that at the back of us, there is a washroom the left is for the ladies and women, and the right is for the men and the gentlemen to use. Just right at your back seat. You see the washroom there. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I want to invite our Honorable Board Chairman for the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, in the person of Honorable Moses Asaga, to give us a welcome address. Let's put our hands together for him as he gives us the welcome address. Thank you very much.
Good morning to our revered chiefs, queen mothers, all the CEOs and captains of the utility companies that are gathered here, our media, our religious leaders, and all the good friends that have gathered here. I want to welcome you for the respect and enthusiasm that you have given to this, our program. But before I will continue, you always have a statesman in every region, and in particular in Wa. And that statesman is my father, and that is Alhaji Mahama Idrisu. Let's give him a clap. So as they have already said, today we have the companies that provide the utility services. They would come and introduce themselves accordingly. But just for the sake of protocol, normally they'll be made up of the VRA, the GridCo, the ECG, then NETCO, which is for the North, Ghana Water, Ghana Gas, and a few independent power producers. The purpose for today, which Nanaya Jantua will explain better, is just for us to listen to them and to ask them questions. On that note, thank you very much, and you are all welcome.
Thank you very much, the chairman, board chairman of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC. At this juncture, I want to invite our chairperson for the Stakeholder and Communication Committee, Senior Presidential Staffer and Commissioner, Honorable Nana Ya Jantua, to give us her opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Morning to body, and the PURC is pleased that you are here. Revered chiefs, Alhaji Hussein Pelpo, the overlord of the Wa traditional area, Na Ali Pelpo, you are all welcome. Revered queen mothers, we are happy for you to be here. You've taken time off your busy schedule to ensure that this program runs well. Dear consumers and participants, you are also welcome. We thank you all for coming. Today, we are here, as the man said, to listen to the utility service provider. The utility service providers who give us water and electricity. The PURC, the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, is an institution set up by an act of parliament to regulate water and electricity in Ghana. We look at the pricing we set the pricing, and we also ensure good quality of service. The law, Act 538, that set up the commission enjoins us that anytime the utilities are looking for a major tariff review, they have to go through a process. And one of the processes is for them to come before the public. We create the enabling environment for them to meet the public, and the public will listen to them, and the public will ask them questions. Today, they are bringing before you proposals of money they want us to pay as our bill. And these proposals are meant to include their investment and their operational costs. They are going to tell you what percentage, what amount of money they need that will enable them be able to give us the right kind of service. We are saying that as far as the PURC is concerned, this is their proposal. We haven't approved it. After they have come to you, then we will go back and look at it critically. We have told the whole of Ghana, breaking Ghana into the 10 original administrative regions, and Upper West, the most important region, is the last. A very peaceful region, a very beautiful region. I personally like Upper West and its environment because it is great to be here. So after we have listened to them, the floor will be open for you to ask your question. Please, we want you to ask questions about what they have proposed to us. You ask them what you think they are going to use the money for, and whatever question you want to ask. Please, let's not go too much into complaints. We should rather ask questions on the proposal. The PURC has a very critical role to play. The PURC has to ensure that the utility service provider has money to work. That is ensuring the financial viability of the utility service provider, whilst at the same time ensuring that there is quality of service. We want to assure you as the commission that as we go through our work, the key indicator that is not technical, that is called the decision variable, will be a driving force. What is a decision variable? The decision variable is what you will tell us today, what you think must be done, what you think the figure should be, what you think should be the right thing. And we, as we sit down and do our calculations after taking all your views on board, will ensure that the utility service provider is affordable and you also can pay. The cost of unserved energy is very expensive, and that is getting energy through other alternative sources. Sources that is not through the grid. Sources like using candles, using generators, using lanterns. These are very expensive. So it is our duty as the PURC to ensure that there is stability of power, that electricity can come through your home, through the grid, with a good quality. For us, quality of service is key. On that note, we thank you very much for coming. I want to assure you that the doors of the PURC is open. We have an office here. Anytime you have a complaint, at the end of the program, we are going to announce our numbers, and we are going to also show you where our office is. Our doors are open, and you are invited anytime you have an issue with your electricity, your water, to walk in or call to complain. For the utilities, what I leave with you is that you need to engage. Please engage your consumers, engage your customers. They are the people who pay the bill for you to thrive. And that is why you are here today, to tell them that you want them to pay a little bit more. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, the Stakeholder and Communication Committee, the person of Honorable Nana Ya, the Chairperson for the Stakeholder Committee of the PURC, for giving us this brief statement. Anana onyel gerapu no bana ambaton awuna na asare na wele nka kinanka anya jine ti yelo no ti jagana tewa aw he no ban ti fintin digili anan kwon timman anyuro ti dering timeka a VR netco gridco anan a Ghana Water Limited dime ko banton ade ti yele jagana be pia woni minute na pia bana ko banton asonte a che animbiri abanton kuti ale song aven ka anane jaban gara ko de ga ngbama puon aman wo yele kuti ka tiga amante da afintin digili chabe akwon nga bande paabe nga bandi ai anakwon ni puon chabe afintin digili puon ne anala yele nyoro ma nana ya jakwa o ambanton ama akuti puon so water anota yana pia bana tanokuye mvuo kia banton apieba ade agere nimbitore. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we have been joined by some of our stakeholders, our guests, our special guest who is with us this morning. This important program that Public Utilities Commission public hearing for the multi-year job tariff order from 2020 to 2030. We have in our presence the Upper West Regional Chief Director of the Regional Coordinating Council in the person of Pona Hajia Fati Kori. Thank you very much for coming, Hajia. We also have in our presence the legal luminary who has worked over a decade in the law. He is the father of the Upper West region, representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana here in the Upper West region. He is also the chairman of the Regional Security Council. He is no other person than lawyer Charles Luanga Pozuin. He is the Upper West Regional Minister. Thank you very much, Honorable Amin. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I want to invite our guest of honor, in the person of Honorable Charles Luanga Pozuin, Esquire, the Upper West Regional Minister, to come and give us his speech. Thank you very much. At this juncture, Tibora Karabuang, Upper West Regional Minister, Kubanton Awa Aoyeliela Ade Akuti. Thank you. Okay.
Yansuma Adasenka enda biche Jaka program pili che Nadmo demementare program ka Mandanga we baminda kumo 9 o'clock a che 10 o'clock. So mbana mine yeben kumo mbatonwa amen yideme Upper Westness chemba kama wa the program wana guy ni mitore agaso. So ya baraka. the board chairman of the Public Utilities Regulating Commission, commissioners of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, heads of utilities, VRA, GRICO, NETCO, and Ghana Water, regional directors of state institutions, our revered chiefs, representatives of public and civil society and consumer associations, students, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to join you this morning at this important regional public hearing on the 2025-2029 multiple year tariff review organized by the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission. Let me, on behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, extend warm appreciation to the Commission for bringing this crucial national exercise closer to the people of the Upper West region. This initiative reflects a deep commitment to transparency, participation, accountability, and governance of our utility sectors. These are values that are central to the vision of this government and vital for deepening democracy and development. The PURC, as established by law, bears the statutory responsibility to regulate, monitor, and oversee tariff-related matters in the electricity, water, and natural gas sectors. This mandate ensures that tariffs are fair, sustainable, and reflective of both consumer interests and utility viability. Today's hearing, therefore, provides a legitimate platform for open dialogue between the regulators, service providers, and the consuming public. An opportunity for all of us to contribute to shaping the future of utility pricing in Ghana. Distinguished participants, the issue of utility tariffs is one that touches every Ghanaian household and enterprise. It is not merely about numbers, or rates. It's about livelihoods, productivity, and the quality of life for our people. Over the years, Ghanaians have expressed genuine concerns about the affordability and reliability of electricity and water services, particularly in rural and underserved areas. These concerns are valid, and it is precisely why the current government, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is committed to reforming the utility sector to ensure that it operates efficiently and in the interest of all citizens, not just a privileged few. The government recognizes that a sustainable tariff regime must balance the economic realities of service providers with the social and development needs of consumers. In line with this, several key initiatives are being pursued. First, the energy transition agenda, which seeks to diversify our energy mix with a greater share of renewables, reduce dependency on expensive terminal generation, and ultimately stabilize prices for long term. Second, the drive to modernize water supply systems, particularly through rural water infrastructural expansion and rehabilitation projects across northern Ghana. Third, a commitment to reduce technical and commercial losses, improve metering accuracies, and enhance customer service delivery through digitalization and smart infrastructure. These interventions are designed not only to make tariffs justifiable, but also to improve the value and quality of service delivered to citizens and businesses alike. Ladies and gentlemen, the regulatory landscape is evolving globally, and Ghana must stay ahead of the curve. The PURC current multi-year tariff framework is a welcome innovation. It introduces predictability and stability into the tariff setting process while allowing for performance-based adjustments over time. This approach encourages efficiency among utility providers and fosters investor confidence in the sector. However, regulation alone cannot guarantee sustainability. What we need is a collective commitment from government, utility providers, and consumers alike to safeguard the system against abuse, waste, and inefficiency. For our part, the government is determined to streamline institutional coordination among the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources, and allied agencies to eliminate overlaps, strengthen oversight, and ensure that decisions taken at the national level translate into tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. The current administration is also reviewing the framework for private sector participation in the utility space to ensure it aligns with the public interest and national developmental priorities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the role of citizens in this process cannot be stated. As consumers, we have both rights and responsibility. We must demand accountability and value for money, but we must also be willing to pay realistic tariffs that reflect the true cost of sustainable service provision. We must report illegal connections, conserve water and electricity, and support community initiatives that promote responsible consumption. Our collective attitude towards the use of public utilities is a reflection of our national discipline and civic maturity. I would like to commend the PURC's continued effort to engage the public, especially through regional forums such as this one. By providing a platform for open dialogue, the Commission reinforces public trust and promotes informed participation in policy decisions. I also commend our utility companies, the Volta River Authority, the Ghana Grid Company, the Northern Electricity Distribution Company, and the Ghana Water Company Limited for their willingness to subject their proposal to public scrutiny. This is the essence of good governance and corporate accountability. As we deliberate today, let us do with a shared sense of patriotism, fairness, and foresight. Let us remember that efficient and affordable utilities are not luxuries. They are enablers of economic growth, health, and human dignity. The decisions we make and they provide here in WA will ultimately contribute to shaping a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous Ghana. Let us continue to build a country where citizens trust institutions, where regulators act with integrity, where service providers operate transparently, and where every Ghanaian enjoys access to reliable and affordable utility services. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I once again commend the Republic Utility Regulation Commission for organizing this regional hearing and for upholding the principles of transparency, inclusivity in national decision making. I wish you fruitful deliberations and urge all participants to contribute constructively towards outcomes that will benefit the people of this region and the entire nation. Thank you all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. Good morning once again to all of you.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor, the Honorable Charles Luanga Pozwin, Esquire, the Upper West Regional Minister. Yewe anana te Upper West yidandao te President Bebore ama aboti ate janan ana fintin digli ana te kwong yelatare hena te Upper West anangana achigi. Oye nyanga ambanton yela ade aga ana jene lumbore awule government men ambanton aboroko son aven ka kurini timman akono ati jaganan libiene timman ade daranan afintin digli ana kwong ka wat kama ota tenyaka tilibiene timman ina awema yino tende allo abaha amba yire ana tonana ade krutene wele ka kenanka a government memore blanda mana mo ko banton son bombori ogai ni bitora aventen ban bede a PURC ana government ja under the course son aven kati 15 degree tumana te Ghana ana Upper West ja ka banton ibonga ana ching ade aga ni bitora ogai ni bitora oboranka opuhie ka anen yambanton awa ka ti yele nyoronga ko banton anyo pianga abanton ade aga aku tija. Thank you very much. Jancha te boraka te banton avenkia banka te tare nubi mine ambanton apati pum very adeba awuye te tare original chief manager and director for the Ghana Water Limited, Mrs. Yvonne Na Aku Coleman, and then staff, Babie Jianga. Thank you very much. Ghana Water Limited. Mr. Francis Yomeso, Honorable Area Manager, Aku Avi Arinetco, Upper West, Ono staff, Babie Jianga. Thank you very much. Teletare Anna Stunjianga Timbonaka, Gridco, Ma Ju NY as be municipal electricity market analysis aku Anna Gridco onen otontonto babie jenga. Thank you very much. Tetare ADO Officer 1 Mohammed was our municipal fire station administrator nang or staff bamimbie jenga. Thank you very much for coming. Tenle Officer 1 upon George, a 10 mechanized military battalion. Thank you very much for coming. Poor men, DSI Soliku Prospera from the Ghana Immigration Service. Thank you for coming. The Tare Upper West Regional Commander, Ghana Prison Service. Omeneng Otontonta Bayanbihinga Ambanton Abijianga. Thank you very much for coming. To Inhemen Ka Tetare representatives from the municipal and district assemblies in our presence. Tetare various associations, including aluminium associations, tailors associations, hairdressers associations, teachers association. We have the churches, the Islamic, and then also the public services in our presence. As the program continues, we will ensure that all of you are well addressed. Thank you. At this juncture, we want to invite the cultural troupe just within some few minutes for us to come and exhibit their talent for us to continue the program. So it's now time for us to welcome the cultural troupe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our wonderful cultural group. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indeed, Upper West region is very great. Indeed. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we want to move straight to the presentations from the various utility companies but we'll first of all start with Gridco. Gridco, being represented by Asbi, the principal electricity marketing analysis, and then engineer Tinga Ken Amale with the transmission lines in Tamale. They will first of all give us their presentation. They have 20 minutes for that. 20 minutes for that. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Upper West Regional Minister, all traditional leaders gathered here, religious leaders, Board Chairman PURC, Chairperson Stakeholder Committee PURC, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocols observed, my name is Ivy Abe. I am here with Ken Amale Atinga, who is with our area in Tamale. I'll be making the presentation on behalf of Ghana Grid Company Limited, Gridco. Our discussion will be based on this outline. We'll give the rationale underpinning the tariff submission, the projects that Gridco deemed critical for the years 2025-2030. Since August 22, when we were given the tariff, what we've been doing so far, the key tariff assumptions, the revenue that we require, and then the tariff that we are proposing. In the electricity value chain, there is generation, transmission, and distribution. Gridco is the transmission utility. That is the system operator in Ghana, the asset owner and maintains the asset, and then the one who facilitates the trading between the generators and the bulk customers or discos. When we look at the network or the system that we have in place, to be able to realize our role as Gridco, we realize that it is across the country from north, south, east, and west. We are here today to come to you, to propose to you a tariff that would help us to be able to achieve our role and to work in the standards that have been given by the PURC. I'm here to tell you that when we look at the growth in demand, averaging about 8%, what we have in place today is not enough to help us to do our work well. The two pictures I have are telling us how our conditions during the day and how the system is working. On my left, which is the first picture, you can see I have just some limited patches of red. So here is telling us how the voltages are faring. In the morning and in the afternoon, we all leave our homes to our work, to the schools, and you realize that there's not so much demand because we would have put most of our facilities off. So you realize that the voltages are very good. But if you look on my right, you realize that the red patches has increased, meaning that the system is under pressure. What we say is that the voltages are very bad. In our local parlance, we will say low current. So in this time where it's around 6 p.m., when you realize that some of us, we have portions of our homes with light. You realize when you put your ACs, your TV, the fans on, they are not turning. So these are some of the bottlenecks that we have in the US as investment. Someone will ask, what do we need this money for? We are using this money to upgrade the network that we are operating. We are using it to expand, and we are using it to also plan for the years ahead. Most of the facilities we use, the system that we have, we realize that we don't have them in Ghana, so we have to bring them from outside. And we are a company that we would always want to stand and be proactive in terms of our maintenance. We don't want a situation where we are told that the lines are down and we will give excuses. So what we are asking for is money to be able to increase maintenance. If we look on this, we realize that most of our transmission lines are going through the forest. And therefore, when a tall tree hits any of our lines, we know that there is power outage. And so for us, we need to do more bulldozer clearing and then slashing continuously, unless the lines will not be up and running. It's unfortunate that we have some human activities worrying us. If you look at our masts or our towers, you realize that there are some human activities that are very close to our system. When one falls down, it's able to pull about 5. And for us to restore these lines, we might take sometimes 6 weeks. So if you look at the second picture, we have to put in, and these retaining walls are very expensive. And that is why we are asking that the public helps us and becomes an eye, because we cannot be everywhere at the same time. BIDCO has internally funds, and sometimes we have grants, but they are not enough in terms of the infrastructure and the growth rate we are talking about. Today, we are here to ask for a cost-reflective tariff. We are saying that lenders would want to give us money only when they know they can recoup their monies back. And that's the reasons we are here. These are 15 projects that we have earmarked between 2025 to 2030. These projects will expand our network so that we'll be able to work effectively and efficiently, meet our benchmarks, meet our KPIs given to us by the PURC. And then we are saying that we need the 1 billion to do these projects, just to make sure that there's reliable power and no excuses from our utility. When we were given the money in 2022 August, these are some of the projects that we were able to complete. We completed the transformers that spans across our network. We were able to bring in auto transformers, and then we were also able to improve and upgrade our SCADA system. This SCADA system helps us in balancing. So we are saying that we want to have enough generation that will meet consumption. So we have been able to upgrade the system so that we can have an eye on all our facilities in any part of the region. Today, what we are saying is that when we look at the energy to be transmitted, because I explained earlier on that there is increasing growth, about 8% of demand, the energy that will be transmitted from 2025 to 2030 is what we have on the last by 3 item. For us to be able to do that effectively, efficiently, and in terms of quality, we are requesting for a tariff of 13 Ghana peso to be able to do this work. In conclusion, for every kilowatt hour that we want to transmit, all we are saying is we need 13 Ghana peso, which is about 77.95%. And that is why we are here to propose it to you, to be able to give it to so that we'll be able to expand our network, we'll be able to improve upon it, give you the reliability that you request, so that at the end of the day, Ghana would have power at any point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gridco, for that short presentation. As I indicated, as the program continues, we will let you know who is with us. We also have Reverend Jackson and Song with the Presby Church here in Wa. We also have Honorable James Baba and Abiga, the Speaker of the Upper West Regional Youth Parliament. We also have the Regional Director for the National Road Safety Authority, Mr. Mohammed Abdul Samad, with us. We also have the Administrator of the Food and Drugs Authority, Upper West Region, Mr. Ibrahim Nuhu. He is also with us here. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I want us to move straight to the VRA NEDCO, the Director Commercial, Mr. Hashim Idrisu, to come and give us their presentation. He is one of us, so we'll plead with him that the local language should be part and parcel. Thank you.
Original Minister Namine Tendamba Lemahe and then Church Nembera Yansuma Sitan Willen, you are in your last resu, while we report chairman. I hear Netco Yida and Dogwe Boren come present Netco Yaltari and the BMP, you are Sinimitoren. Tayala ayagra charkambaya lagra agrana la kasombo tumbora ayesang asombo tumbora la ka dindigli ni tsung kuhana tenyanka atuma e pianga ansga nan kara tuntumi mina apuo kaga ni mito ya boabu moyi tayala hene kai la fie akuti I fear akuyamen. Agra labla. Che tikamban wa yala grabla antigara. Tina wule apuo blana anchin atata karwa suha. Chabe karwa yanimito origine awabora asumbunga. To yalhana anu tunturu tarkara yala. Numbola netko. Tumana tuntung apili atabe anaha ampar banda kuti sombo kanga puo tuma jatun to atun api nga tuna wulin ala wuli yal hina mentumbo kare apili jine agara maybe yumanu mitoran abaha la kare yala blan tumbora ka yasunta ata to Ghana mapulan tunwuli netco ngatunde bonji magilini beja netco mbibe kinan Ghana apoji hata netco sweji hai so anala na atran pili ham kumasi nuara tunan bibeja kinan parbe min pna ka to Omata bi anaha ampare bankuti sombo yalhim netuntuan elana aye jama tikambant kaja soti iye awala kara yala puoyala kanala aforoforo la tamal la masegu male station kan bambo anu ka substation la jena abun akon amota sana charmen lewha apnadu wanin deri akunuba male bun komben apuorin kinanka tinla mieni abun amman jora apuoni kan mien wa ibili aga ay emanya kafin nimi man kama hang ang maha blaju ang mienga our kilometer core to change ada just anala bunga number 2 ni tintara ajenga na to abun nitin mal tamalin na on tunla to pol hini mine yamma nyana amina ma ya dara ka bunwa bi ka saseon wa da pianga anle mine man ka han blajun to lewhe amine an kamine tana bi man the cement ade kuye aima po amala kamine me pole hi still tubular poles. Today, ma ayoni nga puo ayoma tamparanga alibi nga tinya na apuo tikpe apuo adamita bonjama amita hemidela na tunguno tinlamme tutuntunji abuhu pieni yen tutuntuma jiyen de atun beni timme jijama kanga dani timme kanga lora ame kanga na borongo ame kanga yendi jijama jama timme anja ebu pie animbu yen onala kinanka nuduru san foto na bibeni on kanga dani labla lora tuore na an labla kinan bang bendege ayi tamale yendi alode gara Accra tumbo na beka Eastern Corridor uni yala batare nimbire o Lorenzo haligba fan o vigibu man ya o yala friji yala bonso yala ansola asina ka tumi mine tumben cha tumi libye ne antumbo ka de tumatuma ne sina gumbo yonna griko ngana mbore libe ko tuntume be ko yala ne bosel che an number 2 en jun tire yel bili ben ayel bili ne kan tan elana ona tumbo na ka capacity bank ko nan du wani njie ye bunwara amba ikpianga amambe mka nuoro do te ime kan be ambe ko yala na abosel ona mlana ona na ambe no duru sanna to jine tinjinga tumane anambata jie ni tumbuara katana blejun tumbuara kare eyal himine ayijine gara ana tumbuana ka future projects to tere yal jama ansugnan kare chat kamban ya ja bebeye PRC de meji yen banka anana an nimbi jie pa ana wanan. Okay. Right. Okay. To recap what I just said, I showed a number of projects that we did since the last tariff was given in 2022. There are a couple of them. These include prepayment meters that we bought. We did station in Lamasegu in Tamale. We did capacitor bank in Yeji areas, that's the Eastern Corridor, to improve the low voltages in that area. We did what we call pre-stress poles. These are concrete poles that we install in several parts of our operational area to help in addressing the effects of bushfire and other hazards that our poles are subjected to. Having done that, we still acknowledge that there's a lot to be done to improve our service. Therefore, we chose a number of projects that we want to do and conferred with PURC. The discussion with PURC has resulted in some projects being defined as critical. 11 of such projects are what we are showing here as critical projects that we need to implement going forward or within this tariff window to improve our performance as a company and to improve the service delivery to our customers. So these are the projects. So I'm yelling the Tumbuara Kara in the Lane, Boo Pien Yen Tilla E, Canan Try a Yelena in Nimbi Jia. A fora nilla Tijaba yanka timita hayala an suma blato. Neaman bangang abura mita anka osung senachi wanyo. Tisayang tinalan wanga anda na sao pora blabatar sora. Blejung ti ye nimbi jia karabian kana yalanga ka iya tipuring. Blejung apili nga agara yoma nunga bankutine. Tibuaran kare mita yung 1.4 million yen anan ko hana mita yon tumbuar kare dalabra anala nam bunga fora yala tumbuar kare ayal himne milana bunga tum on ejianga o yala an enimbi jia pa ansun kare e Ghana bonjun nasara himne South Korea government banan sun na Ghana kare ya bunga bansu na Ghana kare la char min tere yela tinna e apu so a yela e nimbi je sumeke e yela chigi min jing awa e bugambe chibe blabasuma so o yela nimbi je kan tumbora sombo karbanto an e but okay so opuo yela helana kinanya tina iya yela tachimang a yela sunyana a yela wa tumu bimbila anin tachima ay bolga anala na yel jama tina e Ghana tuna tumani jieja ni ja ambi jieja enanya yela na fa we are showing some of the projects that we plan doing going forward. These include metering program. Acknowledge that our meter supply situation is not, there is much room for improvement when it comes to that. Because of this, we plan to procure 1.4 million meters the tariff period of 5 years, which would put the problem of no meter to bed forever. So we are prioritizing the metering problem. And this is another project which is being sponsored by Korean Exim Bank or the Korean government. They are helping Ghana to do it. It is a priority project of the nation, and we want support to be able to do that project to improve power supply to our customers. Right. Tumpnade ayal hinga tumbuara kare enga tida ja lanta aning yel bili ambia tumapu ayinin blana sombo tumbuara bunga tinsel jarimpenga agra la katubuaran kare gani mutore biela aning blana tunkoha afintin diglini kinan kago abahan ona na ejia epon no kika uju iranya bunjia kan an ebile kinan ka bunjia na ebile aka ga inuduri baha na binuduri ne ti yelenka jinenga kenan tuon kuti blana tambuora na yomanu which one the what the 2 project okay. Right. Okay. We want to speak more on this project. The project is broken into various sections, and the sections or divisions are we are going to do 34.5/11 kV power distribution station. And that one, we are going to do it in Broahafu and Upper West. Broahafu and Upper West. When you come to Broahafu, the old Broahafu, it will be done in Techiman and Sunyani. And the reason why we are doing this project is to reduce losses. When it comes to the second one, which is a switching station or switching stations, we'll build one in Upper West area, one in Northern area. The Upper West area one will be built in Tumu. And what it is going to do is that it's going to improve the distribution reliability. Distribution reliability means your power will not be going on and off the voltages will be good. Yelanga to low air carry poor car pelabiela. Canala ka yelan tiel ka Korea de Messunton car en. Kinanda yella jalanta in a bound well hang. A well hebunala ka for a bunton na ekuna la 34.5 stroke 11 kV power distribution substation. Substation la tundan yelene te jibera ne kan mamma bun watabe tin leo ha chadaku no bana ambuara substation labla kamun dani la laka switching station o min substation ye ta cha ba ebun yen ona tina iya kan dani tumu ai kan bimbilan a bunni jun timbora kare ya tumun nin bimbila la tumun nin bimbila ba fintin digli ni yalbatar nimbiri anwar iya ba alo yaga kinamba kinambora ki yalim ne kimban ya so kalno tuan ya yali nga aji ayinga ina nyanko min yala na anabo seon tabi anaga ni motor to tin yala laka apili yuoni nga agara yuomanu kachagan kinan yala na tun su haka kutinila yuoni das na mambuaranka a tafentina ne da kuda agani mutore biela kana la kinan nyoga pojiata alo de bunyende pa anala ka 30% every year average level a kinan ka blant bo kinan nyoga po ayoma ne ja bla an na wo to chiginan nya yuon foro la abunga yala doge an na bibe ayuon foro to boranka to da dugani ni mutore awaku upa ko yawa ko hayi ne cha bata ko hayi ba so chiginanya ana yuom for nga puorin 2% biela la titro pa ho biela ona nantu 5% aba e jama abla ona nantu 0.04% abaha ne ba ma abaha boda nan webe karnan tuwanya yala tumbuora jine cha karnan ba tuwanya yala tumbuora jine ana wulinka agara blan ban na paha na anagaya blanga tungulina to te bonjun tin iranga te lan karnan tuwanya ngare nga yalhi bammande akara to tumana analana libye blan tun tuwanja ti libye blan tun man tuwan tuma ke ingama blan tun man da bu anana amman yalan anan abun akibu anan ka no ki blan amman ka ho chalowa anabande amaha tutuntun kartuna sumbi karbatuna sun tin yalka pampana jieni timbeni obasuma chakal nan tuwanya asombunga awana ayomba hanga enanya anana jat man swarnga oga anja ta ka tabuna aga ni mutora so yalatin so halabla ka pampana te diare only 91% kanan tuwanya asombunga tinaman diare 98%. Pampara current losses is 30% or 31%. China tuan sunte na one who sitting our 22%. Ntia te yala ne gragra la bla. Tumpna suhaka ya sunte karatuan anya asumbunga atuan karatumane ga nimetoara ya baraka. Okay, a quick wrap up. We are proposing a 174% increase in the tariff. That's the distribution service charge 1 and 2. That is what we are proposing in the first year. And we are proposing something very minor in the subsequent years. In the year after the first, what we will be asking for is just 2.39%, 5.39% in the year after, 3.44%, 0.04%, and even a reduction of 0.62%. And we are seeking these increases in order to improve our performance. Our performance indicators are, as we have shown here, collection rate, stakeholder satisfaction, distribution losses, SIDI, and SIFI. We are saying if we get these, we'll be able to improve our collection from 91% to 98%, distribution losses from 31 to 22, and SIDI from 103. SIDI means when your light goes off, how long it takes. We have added all into hours for a year. In 2024, we did 104 hours, which is which is above the target. If we get this, we'll work on our system such that we'll bring it down to 36 hours in a year. Similarly, the SIFI is the frequency, how often the light goes off. We have counted 40 for urban in 2024. We are saying that if we get these rates, we'll be able to improve by reducing our SIFI to 21 times by 2029. So this is the summary of our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VRE Nedco here in the Upper West region for that short but powerful presentation. Don't forget that we have also in our presence the presiding member for the WA Municipal Assembly and the assembly members in the WA Municipal Assembly. Can we see your presence? PM, thank you very much. We also have the presiding member for the Sisala East Municipal Assembly with some assembly members of the Sisala East. Thank you very much. Jenga antanga tenaboranka tenandeti yalinyorona agara nimbi tora. Che to ihe ka tetare Mr. Christopher Asiedu, Acting Regional Director, GBC, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, here in the Upper West region. We also have Mr. Bernard Einoson, Controller and Accountant General's Department. Thank you. I now want to invite the Chief Manager Special Duties, Mr. Seth Eric Atiapa from the Ghana Water Limited, to give us their presentation. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes, please. That is 10 minutes. Ghana Water Company from the chair.
$20. Thank you. Madam Chair, Honorable Nana Jantua, Mr. Chairman, Board of PRC, permit me to acknowledge the presence of our regional minister, Sir Lawyer Fuzon. You are welcome. We also acknowledge the presence of all the local leaders and directors. Also acknowledge presence of our traditional and religious leaders, colleagues from the various utilities, ladies and gentlemen, all here present. Since it's still morning, permit me to say, Ansma. I'm from Ghana Water, and I will tell you a bit of how we take water from polluted stream, process treat, transmit it to you, now distribute it to your various homes, that when you open the tap in the comfort of your home, it's like faith in religion. You expect water to come, and it comes. So that is Ghana Water. Can you help me with the presentation? Or maybe I try it myself. Okay. So Ghana Water is a big company all over in Ghana. We supply water to every rural, every urban area in Ghana. We produce about 330 million cubic meters of water a year. Here in Upper West region, we have one big treatment plant at Jambusie, which can do about 15,000 cubic meters a day. We also have two districts here. We have the WA South and then the WA North. I think I'm producing about 1.9 cubic meters a year for you. Today this is not working well. Okay. So if I'm here this morning, it's more like we are to tell you what we have done so far with the tariffs that you allowed to be granted to us from the late part of 2022 to now, what we have done with it. And also, after that, we will tell you why we have come again. If what we have done is appreciated, then we ask you for something more, and then we continue with the discussion. So, first of all, we are talking of how we have improved production. That is where we abstract the water and we process, we treat, and bring it to transmission. Let me tell you something. In the whole of the Upper West region, in 1 year, we are able to generate, we are able to generate about 12 million Ghana cedis. The whole of Upper West here, 12 million Ghana cedis. But Ghana Water has been able to invest and improve production, just production here, by 14.5 million Ghana cedis. By 14.5 million Ghana cedis. We take 12 million, we have improved production by 14.5 million cedis. Look at what we have done. At the production plant, erosion, that is from rainwater, started destroying the landscape, almost eating into the treatment center. We invested almost 800,000 to embank it. Today, our pointer is not. Pardon? Okay, I think it's working now. Please, can you help me from there? Okay. Okay. The embankment. Yes, the pollution. Okay, I'll get to the pollution later on. This first one was about erosion. That is runoff getting into the treatment plant. So I'll get to the erosion later on, sir. Okay, let's come back up.
Yala on yalaka te manana ambi jambosen o te tare wona on buanka embankment ne man me amana awodo ka kuang atatu yiredi ka kuang atatu ala wanjana bantu am kira manupu ala labon buana ka embankment ne ala labla.
Okay. Also, because we have run off from upstream, the whole intake is filled with silt, and some of the silt goes into, when we say sump, that is something like a big hole where we take the water from. Silt gets in there, and when it's like that, we have to go in and then manually get the silt out. Very often we do this, and so far we have spent almost 300,000 to remove silt. It's not working. Okay. Now we have clarifiers. That is where our water settles. And many times we have to clean it. We have spent 200,000 there. I'm just trying to point a few areas where we have spent the 14.5 million in the production improvement works. Next. I think we need to change the batteries. Okay. We have also invested in meters some time ago, before 2023. When we produce water from the treatment plant, we don't even know how much water we have produced. When you gave us the tariff, we're able to install new meters. Now, every day, we know how much water we have sent into distribution. Let me finish. Local operating panel. Now we can go to the plant. First, we didn't have this facility. We have a remote, we call it SCADA, where we operate the plant. And in fact, it got broken. And because of that, it was very difficult to operate the Jambusi plant. Now we have learned more. We have installed local operating panels there. So even if the SCADA is not working, we can still operate the plant at 1.2 million Ghana cedis. We fabricated flange adapters all over 250,000 next. I'm just showing them the pictures. Suction valves at almost 350,000 cedis just to improve production. Next. Rainwater barrier. This is also to stop runoff from going into the treatment plant and into the intake. We spent about 300,000. Outfall. When runoff comes into the treatment area, where does it go? Is he able to run quickly out? First, it wasn't so. We have improved it. Now water cannot inundate the Jambusi intake anymore. Almost at 1.5 million Ghana cedis. And these are some other things we have done. Most especially the SCADA. The SCADA broke down, and as I said, we couldn't operate the plant. We have rehabilitated it at 3 million Ghana cedis. And with this, everywhere the manager is, she can operate, she can see what is happening. And the beauty of it is that it has been laced with CCTV. So she can see what, even as she's here, she can see what is happening at the Jambusi treatment plant. All these were done with the money we receive from you. Next. So that is production improvement. Apart from production, we have distribution improvement. So we have done a lot of works. Okay, so this is works done at Choko, Paguri, Loho, Kunkru. Okay, let me leave this one. That one I've been trying to pronounce it, but I can't. So this I want to say that almost in every community, Ghana Water, we have been there, and we are trying to get closer to you as time goes on. So these are some pictures. In fact, overall, we have done about 110 kilometers of what? Extension works to various communities. 110 kilometers from Upper East to Tamale. It's about 160 kilometers. So if you are now 110, you can imagine the stretch that we have come. And we want to cover everywhere because the treatment plant at Jambusi is underutilized. We are currently just doing 40%, whilst others are not getting water, just because we don't have the network. We have done 110, move on. You will see, continue, let's show them. So these are all the extensions we are doing, all costing more than 3 million Ghana cedis. Continue. Yes, also stop here. Now, apart from the distribution, we have also improved the tanks. The tanks help us to manage supply into the various communities. So sometimes even when there is power off, we can use gravity to supply water to you when the water is already in the tank. They were seriously leaking. And 3 of them, we have been able to renovate all of them. All at about 450,000 Ghana cedis. Quick. So in all, look at what we have done. I told you a year we get 12 million Ghana cedis here. But in 1 year, from 2023 to now, we have invested 79 million Ghana cedis in the Upper West region, plus 0.3 million US dollars, which is about 360,000 Ghana cedis, plus about 480,000 Ghana cedis, or 0.4 million euros. This is what Ghana Water has been able to do for the Upper West region. Please, what will you say to Ghana Water? Let's move on. So this one is what we are doing in some other areas, meaning that although we are here, we are working somewhere else as well. This is a serious company. Move on. But why am I here today? You already saw that I take 12 million. I invest over 80 million, which means that I borrow money from somewhere else, which means that I credit spare parts, I credit pipes, the extensions I do, I credit them. And at the end of the year, because the money I receive is not enough, I always have losses. Not losses like I have lost, but I am not able to pay my creditors. In 2020, oh no, go back. I made a loss, or I owe people. Let me bring it to simple language. I owe people 120 million. In 2021, about 400 million. Every year, at the end of the year, we see that we are owing people about 400 million. All because the money you are paying us is a bit not, let me say, inadequate to cater for the increasing cost of operating a water utility in Ghana. Next. The second thing is, most of the treatment plants you see, it is not built out of our tariffs. The money you give us is just used to buy chemical, electricity, pumps, some pipes, etc. But the treatment plant, the cost is from government. Government borrows the money. Like the Jambuzi plants you have over there, government borrowed $55 million to build that plant. How do we get the money back to government so that maybe other parts of WA can also get water? Government is bringing a proposal, which is good. It's fine. It's saying that every time you pay your water bill, let's add something small to it so that we can offset that debt and use it to build treatment plants somewhere. It's called repayment of grants and online loans. It's a proposal. It's a proposal. If we say no, then we are also saying that our brothers who do not have water should permanently not have water. Let's talk about it, okay? Next. The third one, which is very important, is the pollution happening everywhere in Ghana. Everywhere in Ghana. But Mr. Chairman or Madam Chairman, if you permit me, I would like us all to clap for the regional minister, the traditional leaders here, the rulers, because they have done so well in protecting our waters here. Please, if you agree with me, let's dig in. Because everywhere we go, we see serious pollution. Over here, apart from siltation, which more or less is coming as a result of the topography, where we have upstream at higher elevations, runoff coming into our water, pollution has not been bad. But I will show you what is happening and the cost implication for all of us, so that if you see your brother polluting water somewhere, you can say stop. Now, when we buy water, let's say for illustration purposes, a bucket to treat, we get silt under about 70%. Only 30% becomes water for production. You will use the whole day, you will use energy, and you have to throw 70% of it away. This is what siltation is doing to us. This is what aquaculture is doing to us. This is what all forms of agricultural practices at the steep sides of the intakes and the river bodies is doing to us. When you remove the vegetation on the topsoil, the soils become loosened. The least water, even sometimes wind, it will blow silt into the water body. And we will have silt. Next. I'm just showing after we pollute the water, the results we get. This is just sand winning. People who are winning sand from the water bodies. The water gets so dirty and becomes like this. Next. So we measure an indicator called turbidity. Normally, it's supposed to be between 30. In the northern region here, sometimes we get about 2,000. In Accra, sometimes we get about 19,000. Now, when you are above 2,000, more or less, you have to shut the plant down. When you shut the plant down, people will not get water. Let's stop pollution. Next. What was it? Go back. When we have so much silt in the water, it destroys the internal parts of our pumps. We have pump impellers. They are not supposed to take silt. Silt means sand. They are not supposed to take sand down. When there's go back to the previous slide. Okay. This one. Or the
No, please. At the pollution point, let him explain it in Wali and Dagar. Because that's the most important.
Yala on yalla ka owune blana to kwana timman sana akwon on yara garana tinimbera ne yalan ku chalehe kicha karin yala kaniya ja won tijianga yala content taralaka ne ba mangara on na tana to damp nan dum bona ka san winin ka enan gara on na akwon ona tana na bun jaga man piere a manupu ka tan biya erebe so at any point karnan wakarate sama na twitter akwon ebanya on wa yabun an yire amasin dana na black akwa man diaga ata akwa man diaga bum man wuli chemicals blana tina di yusi atrita akwa ana memma la wuli sana ne tino du kuye ka ya yaw aju on yalaka kane ja an wanya ni an irasan winen apiala to kwa norna ya karo dana kana bajan sunta apruti problem ya baraka.
So hello.
Yes, sir.
So let him explain this also. The one for Galamsey.
The stabilities.
Yes,
Oh.
for the Galamsey.
Okay.
The other one. No, not the containers. Yeah, here, let him explain it. The Galamsey one.
Go back. Go back. Okay, it will come again. Go back. So continue. Front. Go. Okay, here. Play this one. Can you explain it? Or I should say it again.
Yala umbora ku yala kuticha laka tare kun dadle kun mamma hakwon kun mamma naka akwan jara ka tebidi awun ka tare gana amma yo so tare fara ka o takina akra palo sen ma iya ko aka lamu ko do jema aka ba jema unan wa parbe ke kara musa amasu woye ji an fara awun ka kana wata ko pe ko production ko ko ji atabidi man do akwan jaga bola blana angul ka akwan jaga tayan blam man kana wa para blana tin da banti da chemicals awa trita se kara program sin a chala hawa na ka ko wasigi so ana jatan lanne akwan jaga bo sanwin yalan so to yalinga la ka tija bankar hakala bibe tija yala ne ba ira galansi ba mi yala ban ira anyira ba mi libie cha yala to he tunu nga ja karnu kan song akarba aya yala ko cha no te wara kana tikin banya ko su a yutu dere yala abi bela.
Thank you. So as I'm saying, we have raw water and we have wastewater. We are supposed to treat raw water, but now we are treating wastewater. We are treating wastewater. The BDC is over 20,000. And normally we shouldn't do this. If we should do this, then it means that we are going to have cost times about 6 times. Sometimes even if we have the money, we will not be able to treat with the available chemical. So sometimes you hear polymer. We have to change the chemical. And even if we change the chemical, we lose about 70% of the water. So you can see the trouble in which Ghana we are now, just trying to supply water to your homes. Next. It's not working. Okay, continue. Okay, so let's play this one too. It's also about Galamsey, where a whole river, which is about 30 meters deep, has been filled with silt that people can just walk through. It's about almost 2 times this deep. It's filled with silt from the bed to somehow almost to the brim. Now we have people crossing. Galamsey, illegal mining, pollution of the water. This is where we are, Ghana water. Okay, next. Play. This is water we are treating. This is water we are treating. So if you open your tap and you see the water that comes, you see the effort that Ghana Water Upper West region has done before you get the water to this level. This is Ghana Water, what we are doing for you. Next. So when all this happens, we have high saturation at the intake pumps and dams and reservoir. We have frequent wearing and breakdown and replacement electromechanical equipment. We have high volumes of sludge, high energy consumption, because now you buy energy, it produces only small water, you have to buy again. Okay, next. So I'll explain this. Initially, that is the cost. At the last 2 years, the cost has jumped like 6 times more. This is the cost so low. Last 2 years, it has jumped like 6 times more, from 30 something cities to 281 cities per cubic meter of water we produce. So you have to know that. Okay. However, we still have plans for you. We are saying that in the next tariff regime, we will still continue with extensions, of course, with the little support you give us, almost 23 kilometers. We will replace about 4 kilometers of the AC lines which are troubling you. And then we will bring in more smart meters to the Upper West region. Next. We are almost done. Next. Now, this is very important. If Ghana Water, we are overwhelmed with what is happening, like in some areas where we have shut down, if we can no longer operate, some people, they have these tanks, what we call the Guinness tank. They can go and fetch water, maybe from even where you do not know. And when they bring you that white gallon, some of us, we have bought some before, it is 220 Ghana cedis. If they push us that we cannot operate anymore, we are out of the system or our plants are down, they will sell this to us, 220. If they don't sell it, or you can't buy a full gallon, but you like the Kufuor gallon, by the time you buy 40 Kufuor gallons, it costs 440 Ghana cedis. The same as the drum down there, 40 Kufuor gallons, 1 cubic meter, 1,000 liters, 220 gallons. Now, if you don't buy Kufuor gallon, and you want to buy bottled water, this one, by the time you buy 2,000 pieces, you have 1 cubic meter, the same as the Kufuor, the white gallon. That one will cost you 6,000 Ghana cedis. If you can't buy this, but you want to buy sachet water, by the time you buy 2,000 pieces, single pieces, you have bought 1 cubic meter. It will cost you 1,000 Ghana cedis. When we look at this, we say that no, if we are not able to stand up and operate, the cost to our consumers and customers will be too high. So we are coming to you that keep us operating. Now we are selling the water to you at 5 cities, 28 pesos. Help us by giving us just 20 Ghana cedis, 20.09 Ghana cedis, so that you will not buy it at 220, so that you will not buy it at 440, so that you will not buy it at 6,000. But if we can all pay 20 Ghana cedis for 1 cubic meter, we can be in operation. We can provide you potable water. It will come to your homes. It will be safe for you, and we will be sustainable. Thank you so much. Support us, and I believe that Ghana Water will be there for you always. Baraka.
Yelene ja on yelene. Nyore ayele juri. Ana yele ku te bana ambiche abatu onwe yela no yelene. Opilien awul Ghana Water and bi Ghana Lombori jang ay company pong at tabla kina wata te wana palo che te tare district he ayi kanala wa sub district obi te regional office ambibeni atara one north district umbi sombo kinanta homeland clinic nibi toro ne be umbi ti operational district here ambia region chalabla on la gani mi toro ti ka tetere jeni to kuan amma yire wana ka bela jambusi a jambusi jeni ba malon on tar sorka o man producer kuan 15,000 gallons blan tar sorka o man kurta kuan on la gani mi toro atialka ayele nga japu Ghana water nang upper west bere bene near amante pen awogoli dihi ka analawala libirni tuno ambi upper west ka unija timman yow ako Ghana water na aye wa 12 million cha awul ka libirni Ghana water amande en ti region chap carbon to produce kuon ayi jambose ka wata wa kar distributor kuon ka gani ajadio atite almost 80 million. Yes. So on yalka on kinan kabla kani amante pen aduwa kui ka iusro cha abla ya toros karakanya atare soraka to song ka Ghana wata abantu nyali die abantu nkurutu kuwan ka gara ni mitore ola ga ni mitore atupuotin na mine anenti yiri ni mbera ambiche ka Ghana lombor jang konanga galanse man same apuan ja kabla vyan ka tukuan tilti wa yito ka cha ban wata upper west ti regional minister no yideme anenti na mimbera ambichangang batuang nyehe ti di makablanga to ombatuang a era cha ayala nimbi jikon la chat nga ambia board junga kinanka tinia ja ambatar kuon idium kinan yanda kuon tanka service kinan dara galanga ambi tank nga ambi mununga bamang kuo humpi 220 Ghana cedis 220 cedis bamang kuo humpi 1 cubic meter labla check a Ghana water aqua 5 cedis 28 pesos kinan decide ki kenda galam unana ambi munun chada kufua galan hene inada 450 ka kinan nada bottle water kida 6,000 kinan nada pure water kida 1,000 kenan wanya ka kuwana tu kuriye ni ka kuwan surun kwana sumang ya bore akuwan abore karban tuan era garani bitore ya sonte kari yi a 5 cedis 28 pesos ne aga 20 cedis 0.9 pesos kabla bamban kartu ya kar kuwana garani bitore ya baraka.
Thank you very much, Ghana Water Limited. Thank you very much. We'll move straight to the discussions. That is the questions and answers session. Due to our time, I will pick some few questions. They will answer. They will come back and take some other few questions for them to answer. What tanga tanabora karga ni bitora. Thank you very much. Before we move straight to our discussions, that is the questions and answer session, please kindly note that we'll move straight to our guest of honor. He will ask the first question. After that, we'll come to the public, that is our stakeholders, to ask another question. That is 20 questions from the participants, after which we'll finalize with our paramount chiefs gathered here, both divisional also gathered here. We'll come to our revered and respected chiefs for them to give us their final question. If the chiefs ask their question, please, that will be finalized. Thank you very much. We want to also acknowledge the presence of the presiding member and assembly member is municipal. Please, let's their presence. Sisala is municipal assembly. Thank you very much. We also have the Bole Assembly, where the PURC is working towards. It's part of the operational area from the Upper West to part of the Savannah region. So we also have the presiding member of the Bole District Assembly and some assembly members also gathered here. So let's also acknowledge also here present with us. Thank you very much. Now I'll move straight to our guest of honor, the Honorable Upper West Regional Minister, Lawyer Charles Luanga-Pozui, to ask his first question. So please, VRE Netco, then, okay. Honorable, thank you. Okay. Honorable said he will come himself. Thank you very much, Honorable.
It's a mathematical question. So, the reason why I want to ask is that it is not all of us who know percentages. So I would have thought that the presenters would have reduced it into monetary terms for us. But when those of us sit here, you say, I'll pay 100%. 100% on 1 cedis is 1 cedis. So 2 cedis would have looked reasonable. But hearing 100% may look huge. That is my thinking. That's what I thought would have been how the presentation, because we are not interested in what you are going to fix. We are interested in how much we are going to pay. If what we are going to pay is minimal, it doesn't affect us too much, we will pay. But they're going to fix the things that didn't justify paying higher to us who are paying. So my question is to the three of you, what Ghana Water attempted to do that? If I pay 5 Ghana cedis for X supply of electricity or water, with the increase you are proposing, what will I pay on X supply? I'm using X just as a listen, but so we need a percentage increment. So give us the minimum payment that you start calculating from, and add the increment. Let's see. Is my question clear? No, to the presenters, is my question clear? If I paid 5 Ghana cedis for X supply of either electricity or water, with the amount or the increment you are proposing, what will I pay for X supply? I believe once you answer that individually, out of the 20 questions, you will not get all. So all of us, that is our thinking. Thank you. So I've spoken for the people of Upper West.
Thank you very much. So now we'll call on VRE Netco if they are ready. I think the question whether it's geared towards you two. All of them, Gridco, VRE Netco, Ghana Water Limited. The minister's question.
Okay. So thank you, Honorable. With Ghana Water, we are saying that currently you are paying 5.25 cedis 28 pesos. With all the costs and problems happening, in fact, I would like to break it into two. For one cubic meter, which is 220 gallons, the small gallons, or 1,000 liters. Gallons. Okay. So 5 cedis 28 pesos for 40 to 4 gallons. Am I right? That yellow gallon. Yeah, 40 of it. 40 of it. Can you show our picture? 40 of it is the same as 220 oil, small oil gallons. We sell that one 5 cedis 28 pesos. Now, if the online loans, like the new proposal, okay, so the 5 cedis 28 pesos we are now saying that pay 20 cedis. The 5 cedis, 28 pesos. With all that is happening now, we are saying that if you give us 20 cedis, we will be able to produce you the water. Pardon? 40 gallons, yes. 5 cedis, 28 pesos is the same as 40 to 4 gallons. It's the same as one Guinness drum, the white one there. It's the same as Anchor, the metal, that metal one. 40 of it, I think so. We want 20 cedis now. We want 20 cedis now. Thank you. Please, it's not our fault.
Yala on yalla, kala yala pa. Ka kinanya a chat nga ambi abewaganga. Kinande bunga politank nga tumbona ka 10 drums. Ankure 10. Kinana do ading pampana kinana da kuwa wengang yiri poche. Jimine bakwa 220 cedis. Chat no Ghana water tamang kuwa hon kui 5 cedis 28 pesos. Tin yala ka to problem na tentara blan anta tanga ananta mwara kara expand ka ninja ma bantu anyira kuwana to so yanka to 5 cities ni ye ban kara iwu ga 20 cities. Te yala na la kal lela neba na ambichanga aman yire yinga ona kuana ya bo na ba wul blani man ta data kinanga kitu on kwa awale mandao awale nubo na ba wuli wana yala wa awale manda 1 cedi 50 pesos so kinande atahabun yela bla 50 pesos kinande adelanta agala kinante da atahabun awala bun 40 manda man will be 5 cedis. So no Ghana water blatant man do kwa neba yang ba man to ko 50 pesos. Enye bla na ba man ko. Che manda. Because yam bora adun. Adun tiele ka alibiru ne 10 tabara na andara bottle water anyuro ni. Kinante da bottle water bunyeli. Imam bandao 5 cedis, 2 cedis. Bottle water have 2,000 timala lanta aku 5 cedis. Tin yala kat yan so yan pampana ka ya katata awala just 20 cedis. 20 cedis. Baraka.
Your girlfriend. Minister, a question, Piangala. Chair. Tanayala na anang kuon de mayala na Tiagrabia pool. Kana laka 15 degree tari deuni. Cha nuba batam man tomato masani watai. Kana la nuba na amma nana. Banatumbo naka generators. Bon malane ka Greco de me banatumbo transmitters. Banan nadia agbuli ayi amali awakuti temmen panad adu wakui so no banga ja baja sina kariya baja so kinanya libri ni tin man wel ke ya ona tana man dia wo a I batuor akubo so yela na tin yal kar buoran batuor ba pa be chigi nan ka ki nan de blan bambuora blan anu bana mana na ambuora no bana manda guli ambuora anu blan tumbuora na kinanya tina ka 174% ka gibi ko ka 70 something percent ka biare minti yal ka bun kan percent chin da ja lanta kinan ka atranti here about 4%, between 40 and 45% la kanala kinan da dara fintina chabi fintin digili si the core blatin jaya la ngalaka si the core nga tina die 40 cities all 40 cities yeah two high now see the two high see the lijai not two high lijai see the lijai tinna lord adepa corn in the yauran ka wopon pana in a loyal see the core the lijai blatum water tinna mbo bula blatin yala cha nubana anso ayal ka ba babia chan bana kaya ti yala ne anami ya yala akpe apu anya blana anasa. Okay, in brief, what we are saying is that unlike Ghana Water, who are responsible from production to distribution, when it comes to electricity, there are three players in the value chain: the generators, the transmitter, and the distributors. We have all proposed different rates of increase. However, when you put all of those rates together and you calculate it on the current end user tariff, we are talking of an average increase of about 40 to 45%. That is what we are proposing. Thus, if you were paying 100 cedis for your electricity, you would now, we are proposing that to about 140 Ghana cedis. That is the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move straight to our participants, their questions. But note that there shouldn't be complaint. So first 10 people should come to the middle line for me. First 10 people. First 10 people. Be in the middle line for me. Then you ask only one question. You are entitled to one question, please. 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 Don't forget that we have in our presence the presiding member and then assembly members from the Lambusei District Assembly. We also have in our presence the presiding members, representative, and assembly members of the Nadoli Kaleu District Assembly. We also have in the presence presiding member, members of the Japa Municipal Assembly. Thank you very much. We'll now move straight to the middle lane and pick questions from our participants. Just one question per person. Thank you.
In Yorula, Sali Shamsuddin, Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission. Yala Mambuaraka, MPH, Onalanga, Libya Nugaba, Unakariao at Jaka, Atarisini, they are utilities. Mangba Anaba Yama, Yala and Yamala. Yamo die joga ayaba libienga kina kanya tarisia jama wa para bamman wanan yalanga banwa yalanga tamman ora ayawra cikina wa yaba awaba fe injin kibun ifintin digli la umpi ka ekuala abawana iba mine kanga iba motor anonso ja time kanga kina wajoga PURC no bana endo kina no bala ena joga an quarter semena mine kanga mo tebe ban le oyini banan anu banga antuna a utilities deme ban le oyini ban gbale ojana kabla man then time kanga iwo grebeni iba man tuon anatun di yala na akubo kobo limbiru kui mampana ya njoga ka yuonu nga yalla wana na atari fi nga bon wuli kaka na ngo tron saka ayawra abunga ka ana yeli bili ni ambitu bumpuon anuntu ko yel tari poni yana bansumun ka improve ka bo improve tina ban nyoga ya ana ma ya no bana na son ko nyoga ya na bana la PURC deme bana memba man tonso na ta ya baraka.
Ya barka.
So, okay, now our draw question, question straight akuti. What obachibe? So, question intro tarana. To go straight, I do a question akuti. Ya baraka yagada. Just brief question. Thank you.
Yeah, yala. Just a question that number down. I set a preamble for the question, but we understand our question.
But your question, your question.
The young langa. Kina leonya amahenga ja an yalana. Yala kan wan service providers nga ban yala ka ti bunga woru ka karpa halibie. Chama basa ka yelo ja. Kona la ka ti baton yora libie because dress me bomon kudika na aya high. A rest I high ne ben ne jama baton yora. Kabla pana ben kan na nyiglu. Umbit tiel ne pom. Na nyiglu na ambi bene. Kona la illegal connections. Abi tiel ne pom. So man yan joga. Wala tun na ka artar na ka sigi kabla ben kan ne ja ban yora ka nuba ne man am provide service na. Komi man break even kabla ben ka tita yela ka ti increase the word ja.
Thank you very much, Father. Thank you. We'll move straight to the next question. Thank you.
Okay. Manla Abdel Basit Kubereke, Yalewa representative Jonjo Palace, a very vibrant youth group in the Upper West region. The question here directed to the Ghana Water Company Limited. Sometimes manually different rates as far as my cubic meters is concerned. In this month of September, near a rate of 9.344 Ghana cedis for a cubic meter, and in the same month, that is for a different meter, Malanya 5.28 Ghana cedis for a cubic meter. Why?
His is on the different figures of tariffs from the electricity. Thank you. Ghana Water Limited. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Momi Nuruddin. You are Nuruddin. I'm also a member of Jonjo Palace. My concern has to do with the leakages. This year alone, I have reported not more than 15 leakages to Ghana Water Company around my area. So who bear the cost of these leakages? Because after the wastage, I learned the Ghana Water Company share their bills among the people within the area. That is the perception. But I want to know who truly bear the cost of all the leakages, including VRA Netco.
Thank you very much for your powerful question.
My name is Frederick Bondo. I'm coming from Public Service Workers Union, or the TUC, Upper West Region. My concern is on this power theft and their unpaid bills, as well as this water illegal connection and what have you. I want to find out from the utility providers, what are they doing to rectify this power theft and then leakages? Because if you look at the statistics, the Africa Center for Energy Policy and whatnot, if you look at the figures, the losses you have made about 23.4 billion to the ECG, and that of the Ghana Water Company, 48% are people who are paying for the bills, and the 52% are the leakages and this sort of theft issues that we are talking of. So I want to find out the measures that you are putting in place to rectify this, instead of giving us this heavy increase in figures that you intend to increase. It's too much. We can't bear that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is James Baba Nabiga, the Speaker of the Upper West Regional Youth Parliament. My question is simple. All the three are asking us to invest, and we know very well that after investment, you enjoy the returns. So after the period, are we going to see these percentages taken off, or we are still going to continue paying it? And they will come back and still ask us to pay more. Because when you invest in anything, you enjoy the returns. What will consumers enjoy after the period? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. James.
Jamal G. Sadugu Sedu is my name. I'm a member of Ghana National Tailors and Dressmakers Association, Zone 1 Secretary. GATDA. Thank you very much. And question Matuna Sohegrala, and I know Upper West and be one this pattern. And for a question, Kinakanya Upper West, one of the most virgin region. When it comes to Amahingata, our utility tariff, to rule region never but in number waka number illegal connection. Kinaka Tamar, Accra, and Atana. The illegal connection, you never illegal connection, but operate 50% of Abunga, and Bana use your life. Chatham Panaba to illegal connection. Child work at Tariff over to not for my increase rate. So percentage Panga, is it for Upper West alone or Ghana Ja, Yan Yorablake, Kagana Jawala, Yana Fatan, because Mumbai illegal connection. Take it.
He spoke on illegal connection and the payment that is always given to the consumers. Thank you.
So, Barga, I mean, you're Honorable Nuh Abdul Wahab, presiding member of Wa Municipal Assembly. And today you'll be a campia. ECG, be it in my car, Nedco, car near board a separate meter. I want to work younger. Even dear Dogger song, and I've been taking 1 year or 2 years, checking a separate meter. Tindanan so hard nova. One young one a meter her. Can you more medio be aboard a separate meter in a young? He member new land fellow. He baga yaw 2,000, be 3,000 at a separate meter. Bello Borinka, Yaka Beka, Mita Yalana Boy Lanfia Akuti, Tinayabang, Alekandu Woku, Jagaja, Kumantur meter anu, Ayu, Chavana Young, air cover and a meter in Libyan, Adiku Anova. Yagafraka, Anga de Buyanga, a woman Lomborende, Kananka, Chapa West Jenga, Kajampusu, 20 Usro, Chair, one Lomboy Punja, Bantar Quahe, Tibo holding a yellow veteran in Billy. One Yalla, Erakaya extender, a Ghanaian Punja Tata. Aganin Jimu, Aganin Seng, Aganin Bully, Ka Tinuane, Ka Bakonya Yatar Kwang a euro, Karamambang a yaw, rather than ka few people ne ambi a town puonde, Cabana Young a benefitra, Yaka Bemi, Chair a Pahabone a Galien, in percentage terms, Ka city, Aregara 20 cities. We know what let's say 300%. Ka Yana Pataka or Fimbla Akuti, 5 city, 7 city, Ka Timambang Yaw, Yabaraka.
Thank you very much. A GNT down or yellow aga illegal connections. So please, we need an answer on that particular one too. Thank you very much.
Yorla Mohammed Abdul Safio, Yewa Municipal Assembly, as assembly member. Quite some Mayan Goga, Ogara Greco, and in Nepo. Kinanka, Teja, Nyaka, Tubun Jubu. Oya Kong. So my young Pia, our Tinjab and Kabunju woman Bemanka, till the beer dear with the raven about Nera, dear her. Bogbe Bandera, our Banamban Geneva office. I shall ban near who jure buncha, but there are Babela, or on board there are Babela. Say call your cabe, I near Blanaban for a Mamban de Barabanca near Beach as a Jura boon. Near Billamaya la Parla. Kiranka bawane proposal kaga bapa habu mayan la jogo bawa kiranka sector hagaja bonna baton turba man die tukune te kaga ja ambi other sector te ba diero bare kutum proposal membe ka basan ya ko ma ba aton so company bi ya baraga.
Okay. Thank you very much. He just briefly said the illegal connections from the various utilities, that is electricity and water, are you doing to ensure that you safeguard the participants who came here for this program, and those who come to pitches and consume the electricity and then that of the water? What measures are you putting in place so that you can sit in the office and know that this particular person is doing illegal connection? Don't put the bills on people to pay when they are not consuming illegal. Thank you.
Barka, in your la Nestor when terrible. Ayi Nadoli Kaleo District Assembly member. Certain na 2025. Ghana yidandao the commissioner solar project Kaleo and in Laura. Mambuara Kambang. Ana solar projects na atunetuma. Kanan tunatuma. What is the impact of the solar project in the region as far as we are equally consumers of electricity in the region? Thank you.
Thank you. He wants to find out whether the 2 solar projects that were commissioned by the former president in Kaleo and Laura, are they working effectively in the Upper West region? Thank you.
Thomas Admin Bahara, a third-party vendor. Public perception, Ulienka, nobody among koha abung privately, but recently ye higher, aga kinawaga via reketeda, yalamangabe grilla. Second, mala filika, nubanga awukuti aduhunga. Mbo wenyela jachaha, the welfare of the customers. Ka anala, yelhi minebe ignorantly. Tumang era, a westre a bumbi, a westre a kwong, kablaman thing. Panane, unduot, inseno, bananchagility. Baraka.
Thank you. That there is the notion that the third-party vendors, when they are selling the electricity to consumers, that their tariffs are always higher than the main VRE NEDCO office. So he wants to find out whether that indeed is what is happening within the Upper West and Ghana at large. Thank you. Our final question before we pick the answers.
Okay, Baraka, you're la happy stimbile. Men Piaho Mantara, Tijare, recently, near Parliament, Anyalaka, Yayene Libya, especially 15 degrees to Noara Nakanga. Timimman Wune Anna Yalahenga, Ka Libya, Ka Bia Anajinga, Keman a Jirayaga. Young Wayala Amahinga Jar, our ga, Tabanya Blana Yan Yala, at Jarayana Manga, Yalambo, our Puambo Swara, Blana Yan Libya, and what a member Pahan, Ka 15 degrees Yala, and I for Yala Ambatare Nimbil. And finally, on Anna Tariff, Tim Bigha Blana to hang a Buara 77%, 178%. So, other 5-year period, while I am back, Canada spread Anna tariffs over the period. Instead of Kutinu in bulk, 40%, what's like Pilia or Ebola, yes, Agara, or the increment of about 280%, Ghana water, Aming Adibinti. Why not make it incremental? Adagara, the PPR by 2030. Yeah, Baraka.
Hafiz, please kindly just say it in English briefly for us. Briefly.
Thank you very much. So my issue is that recently the Public Accounts Committee cited ECG, which is a power distributor, for issues of misappropriation, spending beyond your budget. And these are things the public has. In fact, perceptions we have about these utility services, that you misuse our funds. In your addresses, you didn't tell us about how you are also going to curb the incidence of misappropriation of funds, which can go into helping us to ensure that our investments and expenses are kept, in moderation. Then the second issue I talked about has to do with how about we spread the cost. For instance, Ghana Water is proposing 280% increment to their tariffs. Why should we begin 2026 paying 280
on top of what we've been paying, instead of us spreading the 280 over the 5-year period, so that we can actually, by 2030, reach somewhere.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite VRA Netco. VRA Netco, please. VRA Netco, come. After which the Ghana Water Limited will follow. Briefly, then we'll come and take our final questions. Please, you give them the answers in a jiffy and moderately for them to understand.
There are a couple of questions that we will address here. I'll pick the leakages. I think we need to get this thing clear. What we are asking for is based on what PURC has approved as the allowable losses. That is, you cannot distribute power or transmit it without losing anything. So PURC has a benchmark that they have set that as a transmission company, this is how much you are allowed to lose along the way. And as a distribution company, this is how much you are allowed to lose. So that is what we use in arriving at whatever we are showing here. So we are not pushing our inefficiency or our leakages to you to pay. So that is one thing we want to talk about. Analaka timmanda bun adigaranin deredika mine tabman tuong I will bladetanda I will wa amam boranto timba kara tuma nimbiji ajun to PURC yalukutinka ekambande fintin digili ayinim maybe akosombo awata changa wa kabladi Indian nanla blajan la amine na boran ana physics lab la blajan la mine na boran chabampuna wuli ka tabian ka bor parangan so yale jatin de bimbani toron ko ka bland bon wulti ka tabian ka bor parana blatende amal anan ayal balnitin de bimbani toron so ka anam par bla bamna bakan sara so anan ne ja banki sikrim ma ka PURC mun bakan sara kare da te yale tumbatuan era adukuye ke yawo. After investments, there must be return. That is true. There must be returns for investment. If you look at the NETCO presentation, that's why we said that if we get the increase in the current year, you can see that the subsequent years, there are very marginal increments that we are asking for. And even the last year, we are saying that it is possible for us to even reduce the tariff. That is the returns that you get from this investment that we are asking to do. Niaka skohianka yala natin yal karabuaran karnantua nyajine bi kenantua yakuti ka sgnianka tona kangalo wejien tiaka atona na anna wala kinanya yala natin yala karnantua nya blanatum buara yuoninga chabi yuompala anwana kinanya yuomana hana anna tuana puorini tabala wana ko paha bunda ponja ebumba abaha yuonini tiyalanka abaha yuonini tubanabang ma bunda aba so anala blaki nan tuon sunti jine tekan labang aw tekan layal ku PURC ko man la paha bun jama yuomanu puo. Ne kan yalanka apa west ka changan tuba jura bu yalmangala ti jura yan cha bata jimine jubu yalmangala ka ti chase weji jama ka blajun teta ben kan do mine bunju jie kan kan da doge awa doge no wajienga yalmangala yala na tin yala ne kinanya tibadi bunni banjuro ne apaha yalanga puo because PURC the men kokan sa karana to toma labla tinansirin kari neja anjura bun kenyo so ke no jin abato nyora deme yakan band bana bunju bu ne ado kunuba so apa west deme tibadi bunjuji jani minen adakarwa da doga in Nobacha. Upper West power theft is very minimal. That is true. So we are not passing on any power theft in any part of our operational area to Upper West because it is not allowed. We are actually not adding power theft to our calculation of the tariff. Separate meter challenge. It is also mentioned that there is a problem with separate meter. That is true. We even admitted it in our presentation that it is something we want to put behind us and make it a thing of the past. Because of that, our proposal includes a project that will help us acquire 1.4 million meters over the next 5 years. And if we are able to do that, then separate meters, new service, and other meter requirements will be, any problems associated with that will be a thing of the past. Tialanka, Neka Yalanka, Kino, Bora meter, Uyala man eto, man, Yatina me and Landubanga and Bamblanga. Blamben Tunwa Hacha Yalanti, Yalu Kuyanka, the Sarayang, Kebe to Boying, Tumpna Boraka, Tamal be, Asaraho. Blajun, Yalina Tumbora Kara in the Kanala, Karaboran Kara the meter, million, Anunko Hana, Yumanu Pachagang. Karnantu and Dama Hinga meter hanger, Kinamo Bora meter, Ayala Kalaito. Affordability is leading to power theft. To Yalmala Kinanka Ghana, to Tarabun Katumbuanaka poverty heat map. Akuna Laka Ghana Yenin Kanam Balum Beyara. Tina Nedco. Mbaba Mbeona Tonton, Kinanya Ghana number allowed a ponja trambier tina Gian Tonton Atumana. To Ayala, I know no one in Jale, everyone can and down what. To Tumajian air point yara, Kablavian, Immandul Ajo, Agajian at a yellow, Kanuma call light guy off, and a dear Lola Gabi, Kanuma Kanganinga, Seki Gabi. Che, Karatumajian Nuba, Kinanya to customers, Nuba Nitun, Nusale, Nusalbana Ambit Jenny, and then to me and Biben, Abai Jama. Anala problem. So check to man in Maskan Kitung, and na tung. Kinantra and the netco, and my netco gilly. Add to customer Hajalanta, add to ting bonamentum power. Add put in a young kakinan kilometer, square kilometer ja, to customer be bunny you. A problem try and labla. So an cost I high, GNL. We have a high cost in network's operational area because of the low density of customers. We have an average customer density of about 8 customers per kilometer, which is affecting our operational cost. So we are not being wasteful. It's just that we have a very big operational area and low customer population. You need to string long lines, run around with your cars. You see our cars all over the place rendering services. That is the problem. We are not being wasteful. Okay, spreading the tariff. In fact, we have made our proposal. The stakeholders will look into it and see what is best for Ghana. So that is not a decision for NETCO or the utilities to make. So that will be done elsewhere. Solar projects in Upper West. I am Atunang, Belanka Titere Solar Bunga plant, Kaleo Anan Lora Katunang. Atunang. Botona Anyire Akro Upper West. Tonana Anyire Akro Upper West la, Akanadani Biebe, Amanwa na NETCO GA direct. I know that's what I was saying. That one, Anama one NETCO GA. I'm Pielatin June, a very young can be voltage. I am a low voltage answer because of Abu and better bending and Ayel Kanala. I look here no but to my maintain Jabang. To check Ghana. I do not prepare the Abelan carry more a carry twang in a solar. To Ayala Kanga and more a Ghana labla. The Ghana Gaja, Bomba Yella Catamentary solar plant. Abon Laura and Kaleo Yuri Apa. Take anything lateral will be in the Vrongo. Nyaka so Hianka, nuba na amman ko ha abun a te gbe boren na ki nan da ba jien ba bu na man ye fe ayi ki da ba jien an in da ti jien aja abun yella so yeta jora da biya mine kan ki nan wa da ba jien adika yel kan biya pu ina di receipt ni awanin to office I will blend in that. Konan tuan e da wara. Tina banye blana la asome. Che tina bambu puong. Kinan da bembi ki dati jien aja buyen. If you buy power from a third party vendor or netco, it is the same. There's no difference. However, if you have any negative experience, kindly report to our office. We'll investigate it, and if the third party vendor is swindling you, we will put him to the right sanctions and possibly stop doing business with the person. Yes, distribution losses. What about it? Can't we sit in our office and see the people who are stealing power? We can. Are you doing anything that will get you there? Yes, we are. The metering project that we are doing, that is one of the things that we are doing. We call it DT metering, which is distribution transformer metering. We will put meters on all the transformers and see the transformer will tell us how much power is coming out of the transformer. All the customers who are connected to the transformer, we can see your consumption and compare it to what is coming out of the transformer. So if there's power theft, we'll be able to determine that. It is one of the projects that we are seeking to do, but we need meters and other accessories to be able to do that. Neka so hianka bamanjura bu ne wala juntan kan dig bedre nga anna veng karman banjin tumaji en chenya ne na anjura bu tielka yale na tumbuar kare en ayela kan atran labla chigi nan na bible as ne nka transform han ambiti yie because a transformer ja man tare no ba unkro bu kan no ba unkro bu ne kan ja man tare meter odeo so kina andi meter ma transformer jun ona bamba me bumbla na yira transformer agara no ba deri ko na de ma aderi mi mita hana wa nya je na ajubu ambe so a yel kan tin enimbi je pa amora kare. Yes, Public Accounts Committee has reviewed some issues. We will leave it to ECG to address. We have not been involved in any issues that are being talked about. We are taking the necessary steps not to be involved and to be cited as such. So we'll leave it at that. The budget ceiling. Yes, just yesterday, no, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Just yesterday, the three of us here, we were in a training where our company is putting in a software. We already have the software. We are rolling out budget controls such that you cannot, never, ever, even in your wildest of dream, spend beyond your budget once it is rolled out. We are using that from 2026 budgeting and going forward. So it is something that we are mindful about. Once you don't have budget, you cannot spend. You can only spend when the approving authority varies your budget. Neka yalanka Parliament, the wohe olomine ECG nka but dearly be a minute and the basket code. Taman ere minute, ba ere minute. Chat nang drag bed degree minute and a van karator a eata. So analaka appeal you on palanga yidenga agara. To try to generator mamma to budget at the end computer to see ka budget now will be near jar a can bandi apara budget in the bandu qui. So yella ambibe amin puon labela. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answers of our question. Before we continue with the program, our guest of honor, who represents the President of the Republic of Ghana here in the Upper West region and the Regional Security Council Chairman, want to beg of leave from our guests, our chiefs, and then to attend to some official duties somewhere. Thank you very much. the Upper West Regional Minister, being accompanied by the Regional Coordinating Director, the Chief Director of the Regional Coordinating Council. They are asking of leave from us, for us to continue. Thank you very much, the legal luminary and the representative of the President in the Upper West region. Thank you very much. I think our chairperson, Honorable Nanaya Jantua, and other stakeholders have given them the opportunity to move. Now, I want to call on Ghana Water Company, Ghana Water Limited, sorry, Ghana Water Limited, to come and give us their answers. Then we'll go to the next batch of questions. Thank you.
We'll be brief, very brief. So thank you very much. We'll be very brief. There is a question on reliability. I think thankfully, region, we have, in fact, enough capacity here. We have enough capacity to always supply you with water. So there will always be water. The only instance we will not have water is maybe when there is power outage. And that one, you know, is beyond our control. So please, if you don't have water, it is highly likely that there is no power. Even in some instances where we already have water in our elevated tanks, we will supply you for some hours before it will be out. Leakages, do we factor it into your costs? No. Like my colleague said, our tariffs are within the limits of what leakages are allowed. So whatever we are giving does not include leakages. However, even here in the Upper West region, you are one of the best utilities in Ghana and even West Africa. Your leakage losses are just around 16%, Madam Chairman. They are doing just about 16%. So they can compare to the best utilities in Africa. 16%. So losses is not a problem here. Investments, are you paying for investment? No. You realize that we are saying that this is our current cost. So everything we are asking for is the cost of service now, and you are not paying for it. Currently, our cost of service is about 20 Ghana cedis. You are paying us about 5.28 for that, and we are saying that because of this difference, come pay the remaining and let's be sustainable. So you are not paying for new investments. Illegal connections. Illegal connections is something we don't like. In fact, if you do it and we get you, we will sack you. However, please help us. If you know anything about illegal connection, let the regional management know immediately. Can we manage and monitor our losses? Yes, in some instances we do, but even in modern times, starting from the Ashanti region, we are doing telemetry projects that will let us know losses in pressures. So if we see in a particular area that we are losing pressure, immediately we can move there and see what is happening. If it is a loss, we quickly fix it. Mr. Appropriations of funds in proposals. Please, we just had 20 minutes to do all this proposal, so the details were not mentioned. However, the proposal is on our website and on the website of PURC. You can see the full proposal, the cost elements, the cost areas, and everything will be clear. PURC will never allow you to spend more than you are allowed. So even with the tariff you are paying, there are various areas of it that they always look at before they even approve the tariff. My colleague here will try and respond to the local things and maybe some of the things I've said in the dialect for you to understand.
To question here, near Kanga was question ka different rates. I know Obunga this month on a tariff bill and next month one on tariff. To tariff bunkaratum buanaka lifeline consumers. Anala never made baby I number ka through Ghana water. Kinawa a lifeline consumer every month in a lifeline consumer near and use kwong ayi 0 cubic meters. I got 5 cubic meters a month. In a son of mine here 5 cities 28 pesos. Kina wanyaka chu jala to wana indo at a parabla blow cut system nukuong. A system categorizing as in a equal usable doing labla. In a la parenum bal home borona. So Kimen San Natuang to charge in the Queen a year 9 cities. So Kinan Wayaka a year difference in a billion. And also Anvia in Yara Labla. Blow Lianka Waraja in Mawanya 9 cities. A one usable man pare Nimbal who usable. And also Labla. Ka a presiding member among Yala extension here. Ka Wallatan can talk one aganan Jihi Chaka Kwang Adi Woyom Puong. Moranka at a number of Baboran Chair Ayalaka. Tidre Benga, Anna Isabu, Karabantu and Takwang, Aganan, and a community in Mina Owabuana. Last week, the year inventory, Amal estimate assigned the Ghana to head office. So Kabanu approver Kanawa, Anayalanga on Yalana, in a year, Anayalabalana, Ja and Era. Dear Yala, my Yala Pahalan and Numpana Yalona.
Thank you very much for those answers. Before we proceed, the Municipal Chief Executive for Nandom has a representative here. We are grateful for coming all the way from Nandom. Don't forget that we also have some assembly members and presiding members from some of the assemblies also present here with us. Thank you. Now, we move to our second batch of questions, and that is the final batch of questions. Please. 2 persons said their questions were not answered. So please, the regulatory utilities that are here, Netco, Ghana Water Limited, the questions very clearly for us and answer them. Please, the second batch, and you should not be more than 10. Please. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our second batch of questions. Please, 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 don't stand at your back again. At the final. Please, it seems the number is more than 10. So I'll beg of the students, kindly put your question on one paper for one of you to ask that question for us. The students, please, just put your questions together for one person to ask. Then we continue. The students, just move and leave one person to ask your question for you. Thank you very much. So we'll start with the questions. Please be brief with the question. If you can speak English and then translate a little bit in Wale for us. It is documented. Please, if you can speak English briefly and the local dialect. That's our final questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Rahim Tiene. I'm a planning officer from Nadori Kageo District Assembly. And mine is not a question, but I'm trying to draw the attention of Nana Yajantua to my concern. I know when it comes to PURCs, he knows everything about it. I think that before you approve, there are some variables you consider. And I think in the last 9 months, most of the variables have been pointing to the positive direction. And I hope that when you want to give them approval, you consider the dollar. Because I haven't seen any of the companies citing the increase of the dollar as a reason for wanting to increase their prices. And I'm therefore appealing to you to take note so that when you want to give approval, the dollar must play a significant role. But it's been going down and it's at best stable at the moment. So that is one of my concerns. Then you also know that I know you understand how we feel anytime they mention increase in the tariff. So you take that one into consideration. We don't want the dollar and the request for increment to not have an inverse relationship. Even when it is positive, we will bypass it and then talk about increment. Thank you.
My name is Fokodonjo Peter Athamelman Tumu. My question has to do with. My question is related to Ghana Water. It has to do with the recent climate change. What measures is Ghana Water putting in place to protect its water bodies? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity given. Please, my name is Abu Hassan from Bole, Assembly Member from Imperial Electoral Area. Please, my question is, we all know that generating revenue is not a problem, it's a good thing that supports the economy. But there is something that is going on in our area, Bole Bamboy, and there were some meters that were distributed. Politicians distributed some meters to members in their community because they were having a meter challenge. Because some of them, they have genuine reasons that they have applied for meters for several months and they were not given. And however, they went to their politicians and they were given meters. And then according to them, they reported to me that they were having meters, but VRA refused to power those meters. And then I think that, and a lot of them have that complaint. And then the supervisor, they refused to power those meters. I suggest that if they keep those meters in their homes or under their bed, I think it's going to cause financial loss to the state. Yet you are here proposing for meter tariff increase. Also, there are some complaints about electric rotting poles. Anytime we project these rotting poles to the VRA, in fact, they keep promising they are coming, they are coming, they are coming. Is it that they want people to die before they come to replace those poles? The third one is a client in my electoral area contracted VRA to power his house. He bought poles, 8-meter poles, to his area. And then till date, they have not powered him. And then according to him, that they are taking over 11,000 before they power him. And then he has paid everything, installation, everything he has paid. That money purposely meant for just supervision. In fact, when I read through the letter, I was highly disappointed for a client to put up his best just to also generate revenue to the state, and you refuse to power him. In fact, it's really a problem. Thank you very much.
Baraka yagaja na yale wale acha yala nasare man biala bela. Nyola Ibrahim Turosong nye duo hotiha abi home radio. Question be sogehebo mayam pia onala kinanga te dabung wakati ja ade ana paper na ba mankui receipt ne emanye bang ma tax kangaka street lights che kinanga ti yiri ne omanso ya yaga wakati ja to duo hoteba an yam pia assemble ba man yalon ko babang ana street lights living jena omangara mampana bora kampia ana iya pianga ka nan wuluwa tada nyoga ana street lights living anyogo po so that region ja kinan what dai boom ka wuluwa ana living in mambi a region such that ka region water street light problem ka region mga bang e belana banna e amala ana street light na kanan kunwa e pianga suggest ndala belaka ka bada nyogo bela a nyilun laka tetare neba mine ambi yiri ngam bambo wana baka noma kuang yaltare hebam mang atuna
Kinanka, batare mita hamine, kinanda kwong, our 100 Ghana cedi. Ana 100 Ghana cedi ne ona manjama mitang. Kinan wo yusa kwong 100 Ghana cedi wabaha, abaha yambala. Mambora kan la pia to kwontono banamang ambijiang anna. Baman na bantwang iabela, such that kina mot day ankura bunyang, ki banka ankura bunyang enda, ki wa yusu baha, awa belana to mandara airtime I recall hena ki banke bonga baha. So briefly, I want to find out, is it possible to decentralize the tariffs that has to do with street lighting? If it is possible, then I'm suggesting that we do that such that every region will have the capacity to work on your street lights if you have a problem with it. The second question is, there is another company called Noma. They also operate and distribute water. Now they have their meters. If you buy 100 Ghana, it is 100 Ghana that comes to the meter. So immediately you finish using the 100 Ghana, that ends it. So I want to find out, is it possible for Ghana Water to also follow that trend, such that if you buy your water, you definitely, once the 100 Ghana cedi finishes, that ends it. Thank you very much.
My name is Ibrahim Fauzi Jibril, the Assistant Administrator, NDC. Over the years, there have been revenue shortfalls in all the utilities. I want to find out the percentage for the last 2 years and what has been done to decrease this percentage. And also to find out as to whether this is not considered in asking for tariff increment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Hussein Fahim. I'm a development planning officer for Lambuse District Assembly. I want to find out whether Ghana Water, they do consider the purchasing power of their customers before they propose the tariffs. Because currently, the minimum wage is 19.97 pesos. You are expecting an increment of 20.8 or so. How did they expect us to bear these costs? Because we are not paying for water, we are paying for electricity and to some extent gas. My second question has to do with the presenter made mention they owe a lot of monies to contractors and suppliers. I want to find out, don't you have projections or targets? Why are you not sure of your source of revenue and yet you keep on investing, making you owe a lot to contractors and suppliers? Is it because of that reason that you are charging us? And my last question has to do with, how do I explain to my 5-year or 10-year kid in the house, I am not a galamseya, I don't indulge in any form of what, causing harm to the water. But why would the activities of somebody increase my expenditure? Because I am not a galamseya, I don't pollute the water. Meanwhile, I am responsible for paying for the harm that someone is causing. Thank you.
Ya baraka ya gaja. Yorla Mumin Ali, my SIPAC member. So man kwai semayang joghela enviare bawane mitaha bamman yusira imam biye dion kanya kwale ku o laisi joyan. So imam ga kiti tarana ku Yunis Bahaya shaka amitelo through negative amount. So ana yalana ku ba sigina ku tala record in a negative amount ya binu. Say man lo nya unlo kuri negative amount. So kenanga kete da boom. Say kete da ko lo no negative amount yi. Chumo adure simba mata 1 month laba ne kamita charges la. Enyo so ko ka je ni ba setup of by network and blana ko sira na problem na ko ka benya. Chan second question la ma yel ja dadi bu man biye ba wa. A proposal na yanti han kan ma ba bu wobe ya ma ba hata. Assalamu alaikum.
Barka ya gaja yola Ibrahim Zakaria ay assemblement aku wa duri kwa se mayanjo ona ga to kwonde melumbore lana on the kenan chamu kuti kamen lala pampana teng ahanga tenya te bonga dollar ansigi anambonga cheka te pahabonga tenya panga mbaban kana yalanga ba reflector akuru ana dollar yalanga be che te lies lumbodiment recently the tara soko project kanga ban era kona ya ana bunu waba bamanyan kui meter. Is it possible ka emanya ena manya be libiri kan before ka ba generate ana account number akui ke chambe akuti.
Thank you very much.
Before the implementation of the free senior higher education program, second cycle institutions were responsible for the payment of their own light bills. With the inception of the free senior high program, government took it up to always pay. So my question is to the PURC for want of facilitation, and then to NEDCO for some level of leniency. Second cycle institutions have suffered unjust, disconnections. And in most cases, we will work in our offices sweating for no fault of ours. If government is supposed to pay that, and government is not paying, I don't know why the poor worker in the second cycle institution should bear their brands. Secondly, one would have thought that the fact that government is in tussle with Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, struggling to come out with a reasonable wage or salaries for workers between the percentages of 9 and 10. It is shocking that utility service providers are giving us rates between 278%, in some cases over 300%. How is the poor Ghanaian worker going to run after these exorbitant percentages with regards to our utilities? I don't think that is fair. But I have every belief in the PURC because we all know the chairperson. She has been very critical on the SYL government to do the right thing. So now that she's on the saddle, we expect nothing but reduction.
Baraka yagaza in your la Elizabeth Bele. To yala when you Tenawa Archa Karasagabi Karabasa, just some Bang Bara Warananga, Tena yoga. Tenana yoga name. Tina yalanka anembera na nando wane chakaba ta barka. Chami yal nambora kansorla. Kahung mania kusen sempala. Odana mandire nuntuara. Azun na soran kaba iwala. Kabana wabate karga anga banam buate karo wanga san banam maente. Katina min lewa gabala liye buate. Amin lo wuti lena na timina na tina naman bana man. Mbiri kabata mbiri ya baraka.
From Alame Beladongo. Not so heavy. Paul, Bamanga Menka near my made your Monday Paul car bataka light. So Kinawa da Paul or air for 24 hours. Ibala saw Paul. Chajani in Garaki Pera, never Jamaja but swim, Cinda a Paul. Chan will come on you in Susu. maybe at 1,000 cities. I don't got about 24 hours. Kind of a one attack. Che in an undelivered down. Eba malanya bonja. So my answer here. Can you one a quarter? Are you other pole? When I buy a bunker, I call the Kunia and Dana and Chio who live at the down. Taking under 24 hours, I better Sonia, I want farmer. Yala mammy answer her lover.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to ask service providers, utility PURC, do you feel our pains? Do you feel our pains? Just last week, Ghana Water, for 4 good days, no water flow. Nobody has come out to tell us anything. You are calling for tariff increment. Last 2 months, electricity, my area, Dokwan electoral area, there was power fluctuation. A house nearly got bent. All the sockets got bent. No explanation. Is it my fault that I should bear that cost? No, I have to change all the socket. The room, a full house nearly got bent. We called the emergency lines and they were just roaming around the area without even calling us to tell them where exactly it was happening. But we thank God for the timely intervention of the Ghana Fire Service. They came in and then restored the situation. So I don't know whether you feel our pains. I don't know. That is the question I'm asking. Because then VRA, let me say VRA, I don't know the kind of education you give to the public. It's like every month, at the first of every month, go to the vendors and see the crowd there. Maybe we need to educate the public. At least, if maybe not just that, the first month, the first day of every month, you should go and buy. That is where we think that is where you get enough units. But maybe if you educate them, maybe in the second day, the third day, even if you don't buy twice or thrice, maybe that is where you get the benefit from. Then again, PURC, this question goes to you. In May 2005, you came out and announced tariff increment that is going to take effect on 3rd of May. The 3rd of May, it took what? Nothing has been said. Nobody said anything. So indirectly, you have service providers to the ordinary Ghanaian. How do you feel? No, sometimes you put yourself in our shoe. I know a lot of people have concerns. Put yourself in our shoe. If you were there, how will you?
Thank you. My name is Ankara Sankara Mwanma. Please, at the beginning of all of this, first, you said the work is very overwhelming for you people, especially the Ghana Water Company, especially because of the Galamsey work that has been going on. I was thinking, since the problem, the big problem is unemployment that starts this Galamsey whole thing first. If the unemployment thing has been fixed first, that's like, if we employed other people to also help you people application process, it can also reduce the Galamsey the Galamsey business as well. And if it also reduces the Galamsey business, what happens? We can be able to prevent the tax payment or the tax increment again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Isan Lucy, and my question is, what specific provisions or subsidies are included in the tariff structure to support low-income or marginalized communities? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity given to me. My name is Naim Maaruf Ajansuma, a student of the Great West Senior High School. And my question is, if people from the communities, they found it difficult to get access to electricity due to lack of payment of their bills, which was like ECL said that it is 5 cedi, 20 pesos, and now they were not able to afford. And now you are increasing from 5 cedi, 20 pesos to 20 Ghana cedi. How are they going to cater for that? Thank you.
Final question.
Thank you. I think my initial question was not answered. That is why I am back. The question is, you realize that it is as a result of the high tariffs that many consumers are unable to pay their bills, leading to revenue loss for the utility companies. Now you are asking for adjustment in tariffs. It means that you are going to lose more customers. What strategies are you putting in place to ensure that you catch up a number of customers to be able to pay by reducing your tariffs? So what are the strategies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is our final of questions, according to our chairperson, Honorable Nana Jantua, and the guest. Now, we want to call on VRA Netco and Ghana Water. Please briefly tackle the questions as they were asked. Don't forget that we also have the regional manager of the Water Resources Commission in our presence. Thank you very much.
No, briefly, starting from the last question. It is difficult to say that it is mainly because of high tariffs that people are stealing power. The truth is that when you do the analysis, you see that the people who are in the low income brackets are rather the people who are not stealing power. It is the people who are in the middle bracket who want to live some lifestyle. They are rather mostly the people who are stealing power. The people who should ordinarily not be running air conditioners are the ones who are running air conditioners, thereby pushing them beyond their means and they engage in power theft. But that does not mean that we do not feel pain that you are feeling. The truth is that we are all consumers of one of these services or the other. In actual fact, all of these services, any increase that happens, we all pay for the increased price. So we are aware of the implication of some of these things. But if you do nothing, the cost will be higher. Like in the case of the Ghana Water, they have shown that you have alternatives of water sources, and the prices have been shown. In our case, the alternatives are very rare. Only few people can buy generators. Only few people can install solar facilities in their homes. A lot of us, we can only get power from the national grid. So let's help the national grid to be available for us to enjoy the power. The alternative eventually will be that there is no power, which is something that we are all dreading and want to avoid. Number two, subsidies for, Uyalanka Abu Ada Airto Jumben Kanu Manjura. Yalmala no female number Jurum because of Ada. Charana to be a book poem. Tinyan Kanu Jura Boom Pa Banalan Nubanga. Bajamada Bipola. Maybe Ambata Yalim de Chamambora ko era. Umbora ku deal atar air condition. Umbora ko enga. Banalanin Jama and Jura Boom. Kinanyan Balba Jamaja. Banama Moran ko Babun Bandana. Cut chew a Pureka Boom by Biela and Chevika number check Kabagator. So Abunjubi and Jamaja, Nambalbanan in Jura. What is in the tariff for low income and poor people? We have what we call the tariff structure as the lifeline. The lifeline means anything between 0 and 300, and 30 for Netco, that's kilowatt hours, 0 to 30 kilowatt hours. Ghana sees you as somebody who needs help or a vulnerable person. So the price is low. What we all need to do is that let's try, if you are truly a vulnerable person, let's try to live within that window so that your bills are not too high for you. Ka bombi to yara ne poor akunubanga in Numbalaba. Nubanga in Numbalaba, Kinanya, Blanatin Yaurana, Kinam Pili, Pala, our 30. In a London Bala, Kinam, I use a padabe talk. Dia ke bala in Bala, so near Jan in Bala came more ka boon imang ade a yellow chew bulipo, Kabi Jenga, Kana have laid a yanka a bunga electricity bill in La Filo Namambi. Mpila Munidoro. Bole ka pole hit problem. Yes. To Buananka political meters. Analaka to politicians, Bamam create two bukanga at a meter adukunoba. To Kinantinya meter niebu kanga amba to Tijieni. Tankanga blantin na da and Tijieni carbon tuna akuti ama etun to. Minekanan amita ne ent nyana. Ena nyun kamita lawo. Chakalandu akanan tutuma puo awolo ho. Remember nya kada ne kabon palator la bandupi che kamita. Umbe mita. So amambiaman blandatin na eda in yelling puo an eto. The issue is that there are meters that have been provided by politicians. It is true. We actually call them in our parlance political meters. Sometimes some of these meters are not truly meeting the standards that we have to operate with. So when we get such meters, it is difficult to install such meters. But there have also been instances where politicians get good meters and they work with us. That I have these meters which are good, you test them and see. We test them and they are good. They say we want to distribute them in our area. We go with them, they do the distribution, and we install them. So if you have any politician who has meters, please come with them or invite us, because they are our honorables who come willingly, sit down with them, and arrange for these meters to be installed to the intended people. So we are always ready to work with you where the meters meet our standards. Okay, street light. Let me talk about street light. Street lights, we charge you 3% for street lights, and NETCO takes 1.5% and gives 1.5% to the Ministry of Energy. What we take is for the power that the street lights consume. Who fixes the street lights is the responsibility of the Ministry of Energy and the local authority. So if your street light is not working, it is not NETCO. We are not responsible for installing street lights or replacing them when they go bad. So talk to your district assemblies. They will go to the Ministry of Energy and complain where you have genuine concerns about your street light. Street light, to yalmangala libiri ni timancha timang ayalkeyo street light to manyo ampo jihai tinde kanga chade kanga ga ko Ministry of Energy tina bonne tinde laka a street light amandini amma yusa fitin tigili so timandie to twara na karde yawo abio chenne na ima street light speaker na wasang kuwa a ihacha mbonjana on the Ministry of Energy and then your district assembly. So your area street light in Bedre in a more and assembly ma kega district assembly be municipal assembly at Kubodu on under Ministry of Energy but the bear plan ban agenda. Okay, revenue shortfall. There are two ways of looking at revenue shortfall. Revenue shortfall could be that you have even collected all your money, but it's less than the cost of running the business. Is that what you are talking about? If that is what we are talking about, then we are coming back to support our acts for increase in tariff. If you are talking about revenues that we have lost as a result of losses in the distribution or power that we lose along the way, you are still supporting us because we are saying that there are a lot of things that we want to do to improve our distribution loss. So we are doing everything that we can going forward to reduce our distribution losses. Actually, we have mapped our operations. We know where our problem is, and we need the support of everybody. Upper West is doing fantastic. Upper West, as at now, September, I think Upper West did 19% losses, which is lower than the PRC benchmark. So Upper West is not our problem area, but other areas are doing quite more than what PRC has approved for us. So we know where to tackle it from. Yes, education. There's also the argument that we are not doing enough education. In fact, we take it as advice and we take it in good faith. We'll step up our game and educate our customers on some of our operations to improve our relationship. No mne lanka te baman yire awuniye te tuman fuwe yale to te sarayang dorabula yan dora te tuwoma te na dang atuntuma agara new toren te na moranka te malam era danatin na ekepa te tuman fuwe yale yaba. Yes, disconnection of second cycle institutions. I think there's a directive to the effect that we should stop doing, so we have stopped accordingly. So you will see that it will not happen going forward. And also, there have been some funds that we have received from the government to defray some of the debt of the second cycle institutions. That has given us a greater.
Thank you very much. VRA Netco now, Ghana Water Limited. Briefly. Yes. I said Ghana Water, all of you. I told him briefly. I told you to briefly. So don't be.
Climate change. I think we know that climate change is a global phenomenon. It's affecting, but how is Ghana Water responding to it? Climate change affects us in two ways. Either through drought. So climate change can happen such that the water body will completely dry out. Or in some cases, there will be too much water that it floods our intake or our treatment plant. Where there is drought, we have, in areas where we have borehole systems, we still keep them. For example, if you go to Upper East, we have borehole systems there. We maintain them. So should the intake dry, we can operate on the boreholes and then we'll still get some water. Upper West, I know before Jambusi, you also had boreholes. This is also available when we are into too much trouble. We can also go there. In lieu of the treatment plants we are doing, we have special reserve reservoirs where we keep water in, we store water. So should climate change affect us severely by drought, we fall on that water for some time. Where there is flooding, now in many instances, we put our intake pumps at higher elevations so that the flood cannot come there. Even here in Jambusi, where we have runoff, you can see because of our adaptation to climate change, we have made walls all over the treatment plant. So we know of climate change and we consider it in our design and we consider it in our operations. Prepaid metering. Ghana Water, we have tried prepaid before in Tema. It was not so successful. We have brought it back onto the drawing board. We are looking at it. However, with our standpipes, we have started with, I think we are about starting with prepayment. So,
Hello, please, I beg you, if you can be brief, straight to the point. I beg you. When they ask you the question, answer it straight.
Prepayment, we are looking at it with the standpipe. We have started in central region. So you can buy a token, put credit on it, and then you can fetch it. Revenue shortfall. Please, it's not, in rate setting, I know that it's allowed that you can invest. You can go to the bank, get money, do a project, and in the major tariff review, it will be considered. So when we are expanding coverage for you, it is such that we want to improve the service. That is why we call on contractors and suppliers to help us. And this is considered afterwards. It's not even for the cost has already been incurred. It's now considered afterwards.
Affordability, yes, we know there are poor customers. That is why we have full tariff. 5 cubic meters, you do not pay the full tariff. Even in a way, we go extra mile to find donors who help you. I think it's happening here with your connection. So you have very, very low cost of service connection. So that is what we do in those considering the poor people. Polluter pay and yes, water is like that. When somebody pollutes upstream, it affects the person downstream. So you can't say that the man downstream is having the challenge to pay for it. That is why we all look at it as a big company, and we have cross subsidy, and we operate like that. The rate if somebody is saying 280%. In fact, when we come here, we are only telling you what our cost is, and we give you the alternative. We are saying that currently we are producing the water at this cost. Let us see how we pay it. If we cannot pay, I also show you the alternatives. Let us think together and look at how to resolve it. It's not that we are charging you a exorbitant rate and that we don't do for you, but we are telling you with the pollution available, with the cost of chemicals and maintenance we have to do. Currently, as we are speaking, every cubic meter of water we give you is over 20 Ghana cedis. It's not that we're charging you for the future. Now, it is already 20 Ghana cedis over. Please. So we feel your pain. Somebody said no water for 4 days. Yes, we know. When we told you it is because of energy. When there's no power, we cannot. So I think I'll. Thank you very much, Ghana Water Limited. I think they have given us the answers that we deserve. We will now move to our respected and revered traditional rulers briefly to give us their question, finally, before we wrap up. Thank you. I think we'll take a few also from the security agencies.
Chairman, I wouldn't want to talk plenty. It's very important, fast. My issue is how do we balance the various situation of our service providers with the people or the customers' plight now. How to balance that situation? Of course, we see that there is the need for increment, but the function, we think that we find a way of balancing it such that we can afford it to avoid people deliberately refusing to pay their income. I have an issue that I have to bring it to the notice of service providers as well as BRC. The extension of electricity in particular to the hinterland, we know massive investment. Central government has to find a way of investing in it. However, we have seen a phenomenon in some communities far away where NETCO or VRA have not reached it. However, because of the need to have this energy, they have in their own way created their own service providers. And we supply electricity to customers within the community. It suits them to have that arrangement. But some of us are much concerned. We don't know how the capacity of those service providers because it's risky. It can cause havoc and damage and disaster to a full community. So I would want to urge the service providers, particularly to both get to such communities and inquire if you cannot extend the people because they need those services. You can help them put things in place to avoid disaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think earlier we touched on the separate meetings. Normally, as traditional rulers, we are getting people coming to the palace to play conflict resolving from the use of meters. For recommend that we streamline the process so that the processes in acquiring separate meter should not be so cumbersome. We know of Ghana water. If you are ready, it takes you less than 2 weeks to get a separate meter. So if we are ready to that, then that is to solve a lot of conflicts that come to our policy, resulting from the use of meters. And I want to also commend water company. In fact, they have done well. I think they can also step up their game in somehow running system or 24-hour system. Because mostly you see that on those of us who stay around road, you see that on leakage will be there several days, they will come and go, they will come and go. So if they are also operating the systems, especially the maintenance unit, it will also help that. But once again, I'll commend Ghana Water for the swift services that they are doing. Because if 1 meter for them, it takes sometimes less than 2 weeks to get it to the okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, MC. The Honorable PURC Chairman of the Board, Honorable Moses Asaga. I have watched you from far. I admire you so much, especially the time you were the Deputy Minister of Finance. And when you were on the floor of Parliament, your dexterity with figures made me fall in love with you. I am a person of audit background, and percentages are things that we love so much. I want to ask the VRA NETCO today, when you give us increments in tariff and you mention percentages, those of us who can do a little mathematics will simply calculate the percentage increment on the money you use to buy the amount of kilowatts you use for the month. So I was shocked when I did my little mathematics and added the percentage increment to my usual amount, only to arrive there and said, I am buying this amount of power. And when they gave me, it was less than what I needed, even though I added the percentage. Can NETCO explain what is different in percentage increment in tariff as compared to the ordinary percentage increment that we do? It happened to me, it's not from hearsay. The second point I want to raise is that somewhere last year, and 2020, I was part of the solar plant inauguration in the Upper West region. One in Laura and two in Kaleo. In fact, the last one in Kaleo, I was the chairman of the occasion. And I remember telling the president that power outages should be a thing of the past in the Upper West region, having been the host of over 30 megawatts of solar plants in the country. Unfortunately, for the past week and month, every evening, there will be power outages in WAP and other communities. Can NETCO tell us what the challenge is? Because I am told only 2 megawatts of power from solar in Nagrango is enough to power the whole of the Upper East region. If that is the case, Upper West, being the host of over 30 megawatts, should not suffer any power outage, if it is just about fluctuation. My third point is that the utility companies in Ghana behave like Oliver Twist, always asking for more, but virtually have nothing much to show for all this work. Every year they ask for tariff increments, mostly to revamp their equipment and improve service. If I want to be truthful with the fact their service have rather become poor, even after taking so much from us. It is not about paying. And to quote President before, he said that Ghanaians know the cost of everything but the value of none. We are worried that you are taking so much, but we are not getting the value for which you take it from us. And now you are asking us to pay between 300 and even 400. What is the guarantee that is not going to be business as usual? Tell us. I am willing to pay so much if I can be given power non-stop, water non-stop. My community in Polman, when I go home and I on my AC, all my room will go off. It means there's low voltage. Meanwhile, every year you ask for tariff, what are you doing with the money? Is it the case of overspending that you saw at the park, where you budgeted for something and spent over 3 times the amount? I was shocked. And network is there. They will tell us they didn't spend that money. But when you have a vulture and an eagle flying over your head, you can hardly identify which one is brought you it. This one is for Ghana Water Company. You have talked about turbidity levels of water, but what we hear on Joy News and other channels is the pollution and contamination of our water bodies by very dangerous chemicals like cyanide and mercury. Your presentation is silent on this deadly and dangerous chemicals that pollute our water. Recent statistics from the Kolebu Teaching Hospital have given us very staggering figures on kidney failure cases reported to those institutions. These diseases, Honorable Chair, are linked to the pollution of water to the extent that our farm produce now banana, plantain, and even my beloved conglomerate now have traces of what? Mercury and cyanide. What is Ghana Water doing to make our water really purified for our consumption? I thank you.
Thank you very much, our revered and respected traditional authorities. I think that is the final question. If there's no question again. So at this juncture, we want to invite, there were two questions asked by our revered traditional rulers. Very good. Ghana, please. Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Balancing the need for investment in the utilities and ability to pay by customers. I think this falls squarely in the domain of PRC to handle that. There was an alarm that some communities are doing self generation and distribution of electricity. We'll pick it up. This man is responsible for our Aquaworks regional area. Look in the range. If there are issues that we need to escalate to the regulators, in this case, Energy Commission and PURC, we will do that. But if there are issues within our control, we will address them. We should streamline the processes of acquiring meters. The processes are clear. The main challenge is non-availability of meters which we have and are seeking to address going forward. Once we are able to buy adequate numbers of meters, any request for a new meter or separate meter will be quickly attended to. Percentage increase is always misleading. You walk to a prevailing point, and the percentage that you expect is different. I think it is a little not straightforward to calculate because tariffs are in brackets. So if the increase is given and it is given at the top, and the end user tariffs are given, you see that the end user tariffs by the brackets do not necessarily align with the actual overall. So the increase you see announced by PURC say, except when they say that the increase is across all tariffs. And they say that we expect that whatever you are calculating and expecting to buy, it will be exactly the same. If you go and it is not the case, we will be to explain to you what the situation is, or if there are errors, we can correct it. And the area manager will take the question of rampant power outages in the region.
Excuse me. Hello. 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 In fact, that's a question about the solar plant. I want you to answer that one very seriously. Does it exist 30 megawatts? Did it augment power supply? Did it keep stability? So that's the next question I thought you should answer before.
Thank you very much. With regards to the two solar plants, that is Kalio and Laura, what happened is that the one at Kalio fit into the national grid, okay? So it add up to generation. That of Laura is connected direct into our system. And with that, it improved the voltages. But, Chief, I want to say that the power consumption, I mean, the demand for Upper West area is over 30 megawatts, far beyond what the solar gives out now. So the 2 megawatts, in fact, even Wa Township alone consumes far more than that. So that is actually not the fair fact. So with the solar, that is to improve the voltages because we are near the generating site. Okay. With regards to the power outages, especially on the Nandom stretch, in fact, our source of supply to those districts, I mean, Laura, Nadoli, Jirapa, part of Isa, Hein, is from Wa, and we serve Burkina Faso, our neighboring country, from the same us. So a problem from Burkina Faso can even reflect back and affect all this community. As such, there is a project that we are enrolling where we will build a substation around Dawini, and then we will serve all the districts from that enclave, and that will address this challenge. With regards to the rotting poles that were problem that was asked earlier on, per our maintenance practice, we carry out inspections, identify poles that are bad, okay, and these are technical in nature. Maybe what you have seen is just about 20% rotten. Okay, with that, we will not go ahead straight to change it because we know it can withstand the test of time for about 2-3 years. Okay, so we arrange and see those that are over 50% rotten, then we replace those poles. So if you have a challenge and you realize that the pole is almost going down, please that one, when you inform the district, they will quickly come and address that. So maybe from here we can talk and see how we can address that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, we will want to move closing remarks of this all-important program. So we want to call on our chairperson, Nanaya Jantwa, who is the chairperson, Stakeholder Committee, PURC, to give us the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much, Morris. NEDCO and the utilities, your final statements. It means you have to do more monitoring and more education. Your rotting pole, it is not the responsibility of the consumer to come and tell you. You should know areas where your poles are getting rotten. Also, on the issue of the street lights, you said that you collect 50% of the money that is given. When you 1.5, what do you use it for? Because you are supposed to provide electricity to these street light poles. So you cannot blame the Ministry of Energy that it is the fault of the Ministry of Energy and they should be responsible. You are also equally responsible because you take 50% of the amount that is allocated to street lighting. With PURC, we are going to ensure that there is some synchronization of this levy that is in the tariff so that consumers will get the street light that they need to lighten our street. Somebody asked the question about misuse of money at ECG and whether we are considering it. We are very, very much interested. Even before this one came up, the PURC asked the KPMG to do some investigations into the operations of the ECG. And whatever we do, we are going to indeed factor in at the final full determination of our tariffs. We are not taking it lightly at all. And somebody also said we should stagger the investments. Yes, that's a good idea. We have the automatic adjustment formula, and we are also going to kick that one in after the major tariff review. And we have talked about staggering the investments. When we go back, after taking all your views on board, we are going to look at the investments critically and see the ones that we need upfront to bring improvement into the system, and look at the ones that we can stagger over time. Ghana Water, 1/3 of your operations is electricity. I didn't see you talk about that. But whatever you have put up front here, 1/3 is electricity. If somebody is not getting water for 4 days, please, I beg you, you cannot attribute it to electricity alone. So then you are telling me that that person went off for 4 days without electricity. That is not a good enough explanation. That somebody said they didn't get water for 4 days, and you said this is possible the people did not have light. I think that there is time for you to go into the communities to know what is going on, and for you to also educate your people. Thank you very much. We've spent some time here. On behalf of the chairman of the PURC, I extend our greatest gratitude to our revered chiefs for spending time with us. We've been here for a long time, but you've sat patiently with us. I also extend my thanks to all consumers and all participants who have made this program a success. Also, we thank the utilities for their presentation. And we know that at the end of the day, when the PURC, we do our work, we are going to look at all the technical indicators to determine what it is at the end of the day. And we will make sure that the consumer gets a price that will be affordable, and also the utility will get a price that will enable them do their work properly. Thank you very much. God bless you and have a great day.
No, that he wants the question on mercury briefly before we take the closing prayer. But I don't know. I should give it to him. Just briefly. 1 minute. Thank you. Before we take our closing prayer, I want our brother from the Ghana Water Limited briefly to answer a question by the paramount chief of Polema briefly before we take the closing prayer of water. The mercury that is polluting our water, what it takes the Ghana Water Limited to do briefly. Yes, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Your Majesty. Please, yes, Galamsey is taking place. It is sometimes in water, sometimes on the land. With water, we do all our tests. The test that we cannot do for heavy metals, we are required by law to do it outside twice a year, which we do. Or most cases, we have not had any traces of mercury in our water. It's true, I have to say that it is found in some food and babies and things. Yes, it's possible because Galamsey is also on the land. I don't want to go into the technicalities, maybe after this. But if you look at the processes of getting gold, the mercury amalgamation combines penning, which puts the mercury also in the air. And we can talk about it later on. What I will say is that so far, with the tests that we have done, we have not seen any mercury. However, even in the major of our treatment plants, we are constructing ultra-modern laboratories at the plants, which will enable us to test in situ all heavy metals. And this we will do in the subsequent years when we get approval from the commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ghana Water Limited. Before we take the closing prayer, I want to create the indulgence of the utility companies that our revered chiefs with our guests, the high table, including chairperson, a group picture in front, just of the door. They will take it inside the auditorium, after which we want the utility companies to join, Viary Netco and then Ghana Water Limited, and that's of Gridco, to take another picture, after which PURC staff and then religious leaders, representatives to also depart. Thank you very much. At this, I want to invite Pastor Evans Eko Ampa. If you are available, can you move forward to give us the closing prayer? Pastor Eko Ampa. Okay, then I want to invite Reverend Jackson Anson, Presby Church, Wa, to give us the closing prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please let us be upstanding and pray. Lord Jesus, we thank you for bringing us to a close of this session. We commit all members into your hands. Once we get to our destination, we give you thanks and glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Jackson Anson, for this wonderful program. We'd like to thank our chairperson for the committee, in the person of Honorable Nana